Chapter 1643. He should be the temporal island lord's son, Shirwea. This temporal island can also be considered a sacred ground, but it's much smaller than the Penglai sacred ground. However, the temporal island lord was very lucky and obtained a pair of eyes of time. He laid down a formation on the temporal island, slowing down the flow of time by half. The flow of time on the island is different from the flow of time in the Penglai sacred ground. 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 2 years of cultivation in the Penglai sacred ground, explained Headstrong. Only half? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. One had to know that his planting space could change the flow of time by 10 times. It was much stronger than the temporal island lord. Ah! At this moment, Shirwea suddenly opened his mouth and screamed a few times in a voice that no one could understand. I heard that Shirwea was born mute. Now, he only has a head left because of you. Even his eyes have been dug out. What a cripple! Headstrong grinned and said, I didn't expect that a demonic sacred ground could actually move the temporal island lord. If your reaction was slower, the sacred leader token would have been taken away. How strong is the temporal island lord? Asked Yi Xian. The temporal island lord is a second tribulation scattered immortal. He offended my life saint sect, so he has been hiding in the temporal island, not daring to come out. As Headstrong spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Shirwea and said, if we directly kill Shirwea, he will definitely use a soul seed to revive in the temporal island. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll bring him back to the life saint sect and imprison him. If you want to take my sacred leader token, you have to pay a price. Yi Xian snorted and threw Shirwea's head to Headstrong. Then he took the yin and yang ring from Shirwea's body. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They didn't expect that even Shirwea, who had the ability to break space, couldn't hurt him. It was truly terrifying. Since we have obtained the Fiend Emperor's inheritance and the sacred leader token, let's go. After saying that, Yi Xian hesitated. At this time, Shirwea had already cultivated the Eye of Space. Although it was only half, it was enough to break this space. Yi Xian had already obtained the sacred leader token. Since Luo Luo had even found the Holy Lord's token, she naturally told Yi Xian about it. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to break through the void and leave. Immortal, immortal, immortal. Yi immortal, immortal, immortal sect. Immortal, 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 immortals. Immortal, 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 immortals. Old Shu, get ready, Yi Xian said in his heart. This meant that Yi Xian could attack them, but they could only defend and not retaliate. Blood Fiend Holy Land, Bone Erosion Holy Land, and Evil Sun Holy Land each had 1 loose immortal, while Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land each had 2 loose immortals. Yi Xian's goal this time was to kill these 7 itinerant immortals. At this moment, Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li had also seen Yi Xian. They also knew about Shirwea through voice transmissions. Not only that, but the Nether Holy Land also knew about it because they were the ones who had invited Shirwea. That seems to be. The 2 immortals from the sacred land of death raised their eyebrows. Just now, Shirwea had blended in with the Nether Holy Land's group and disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Now, Shirwea's head was being held capriciously in his hand, and he was constantly uttering hoarse notes. That was why he was recognized. I never expected that the Nether Hallowed Land would actually be able to invite Shirwea. The 2 rogue immortals from the sacred land of death could not help but wonder. What was even more unexpected was that Shirwea had failed. One must know that Shirwea's strength was above Yi Xian and Nether Limitless. How could he be captured alive? At this moment, Yi Xian and the others had already passed through the light barrier and exited the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li immediately went up to greet them. Haha, I'm sure you guys have already received the news. The sacred land of death's Yi Xian and the Nether Holy Land's Nether Limitless have both fallen. Capricious laughed arrogantly. Nether Holy Land, I wonder what conditions you guys offered to actually be able to get this guy to help. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lift up Shirwea's head. Shirwea was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even if only his head was left, he wouldn't die. If his soul was erased, he could use the soul seed to revive on the temporal island. However, if he was imprisoned in the Life Saint sect, he wouldn't be able to revive. The temporal island lord once had a conflict with the Life Saint sect. Now that the temporal island lord's son had fallen into capricious hands, who knew what would happen next? You guys actually dared to kill my young master. The Nether Emperor won't let you off. One of the Nether Holy Land's loose immortals snorted. Capricious naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such threats. He continued to mock. Even if your young master didn't have the soul seed, I would still kill him. If you have the guts, come and beat me up. The two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other with ugly expressions. At this moment, Immortal Qi Shui from the Blood Fiend Holy Land suddenly said, "Since it's like this, why don't you tell me who obtained the Holy Master Token? Is it important who obtained it?" Old Immortal Tianju suddenly took a step forward and glanced at him. Many people from my Blood Fiend Holy Land have died. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to take a look? Immortal Qi Shui snorted. Since you guys want to take a look, then take a look. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly took out the Holy Master Token from the devouring space. Seeing this, old Immortal Tianju's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He recognized that this was indeed the Holy Master Token that the Dragon Sparrow Fairy had refined when she was alive. Although the other loose immortals hadn't seen the Holy Master Token of the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, they could feel that this Holy Master Token was extraordinary. Since someone had obtained the Holy Master Token, the next step for the Evil Dao Holy Land was to carry out their plan. Attack! Suddenly, the two rogue immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other. Immediately after, the two of them quickly flew towards Yi Xian. At the same time, one of them even attacked Yi Xian without hesitation. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land would suddenly attack. Were they going to snatch the Holy Master Token? One should know that this island was also a part of the Penglai Holy Land. If they attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. These two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land were both at the peak of the first tribulation and had extraordinary strength. One of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary loose immortal, let alone Yi Xian, who was at the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. Chapter 1644. Oh no! Old deity Tianju was also an itinerant immortal at the peak of the first tribulation. He immediately understood the Nether Holy Land's plan and his expression changed drastically. The Nether Holy Land had decided to sacrifice an itinerant immortal for the Holy Leader Token. After killing Yi Xian, another person would snatch it away. What a good plan! Unfortunately, the Nether Holy Land attacked without warning. Old deity Tianju could do nothing about it. Now, he could only depend on Yi Xian. You are not afraid of the punishment of the Heavenly Dao and attacked me. Yi Xian was slightly surprised because he also wanted to attack these itinerant immortals. He did not expect to be too slow. However, it did not matter. You are too naive. Take this. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered and a space crack appeared in front of him. Then, the attack of the itinerant immortal from the Nether Holy Land rushed in and appeared behind the other person. Bam! The cold light hit the back of the other person's head and instantly pierced through his head. The itinerant immortal at the peak of the first tribulation was dead. At the same time, the itinerant immortal who attacked was also punished by the Heavenly Dao and his soul was directly obliterated. In just 1 second, the two itinerant immortals at the peak of the first tribulation died one after another. The Heavenly Dao punished according to the strength of the attack. The attack just now was very fierce, so the Heavenly Dao directly obliterated the attacker's soul. This person was an itinerant immortal at the peak of the first tribulation and had been stuck in this realm for more than 1,000 years. He knew that he could not suppress the immortal tribulation and could not pass it. So he decided to sacrifice himself to ask the Nether Emperor to protect his descendants. He did not expect that this plan would fail. Not only the Nether Holy Land, but the two people from the Death Holy Land also had the same plan. Before the space crack appeared, one of them launched an attack. After hearing the sharp sound, Yi Xian's face became serious. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly and then appeared behind the attacker. Bam! Coincidentally, the attacker's heavenly Dao punishment arrived. His soul was also obliterated and his whole body directly fell from the sky. You are too naive. I'll take it. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and put the corpse away. The Nether Holy Land and the Holy Land of Death were really generous. They did not hesitate to lose a loose immortal to obtain this holy leader badge. In the blink of an eye, 3 first tribulation peak loose immortals had fallen. This shocked the surrounding people. Old Tree, Megatron, Ribs, kill him. At that moment, Yi Xian directly shouted in his heart. Immediately after, the Old Tree trio suddenly appeared and directly attacked the surviving loose immortal in the sacred land of death. Old Tree and the other 2 were only at the peak of LV9 of the heaven-reaching realm, so they were allowed to take action. Not only that, but Yi Xian, who had the Holy Leader token, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, the unrepairable spatial crack suddenly expanded, and another Yi Xian entered. Merge! Yi Xian fused with his second doppelganger at lightning speed, and his battle prowess increased by 20%. In the case of double fusion, his combat strength would increase by 70%, and triple fusion would increase by 90%. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to start the tribulation? After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding vital qi of heaven and earth began to gather. In the mystery land, a simple attempt to pass the tribulation would fail. At this moment, Yi Xian was outside the mystery land. This was only an island in the Penglai Holy Land, so naturally he could pass the tribulation. What? He's going to pass the tribulation? The surrounding people were shocked, and they quickly retreated. It was better to stay away from the tribulation of others, because the tribulation lightning of others would cause great harm to oneself. What is this kid trying to do? The surviving loose immortal in the Holy Land of Death was a little confused. At this moment, the Old Tree trio had already flashed in front of him. However, he was still a first tribulation peak loose immortal. Even if he stood there and let the Old Tree trio attack him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, he decided to watch first. However, how would he know that Yi Xian had already refined the Holy Leader token the moment he obtained it? Not only that, even old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li did not expect it. They also did not know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Boom! At this moment, the immortal tribulation finally descended, directly striking Yi Xian's head. The loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death avoided the Old Tree trio and approached Yi Xian, because he thought that as long as Yi Xian died under the immortal tribulation, the Holy Leader token would be his. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's success rate of passing the immortal tribulation was 100%. Ding! The host has passed the immortal tribulation successfully. Ding! Because the passage to the immortal realm is closed, the system forces the host to disintegrate. Ding! The host has successfully disintegrated. The host is now a first tribulation loose immortal. After the system's notification, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by several times. Sure enough, the system was forcing him to disintegrate. If the passage to the immortal realm was still open, Yi Xian could directly become a real immortal. One should know that a first immortal was equivalent to a third tribulation loose immortal, a second immortal was equivalent to a sixth tribulation loose immortal, and a third immortal was equivalent to a ninth tribulation loose immortal. As long as a ninth tribulation loose immortal passed the immortal tribulation again, he could directly become a fourth immortal, and no longer had to worry about the loose immortal tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Now Yi Xian had broken through, and with the help of the Holy Leader token, he could finally use his full strength. Haha, I've finally become a loose immortal. Yi Xian laughed a few times. Even without the Holy Leader token, he had a 100% success rate. It would be strange if he failed. Everyone was a little surprised. They felt that Yi Xian's immortal tribulation was too rushed. After all, the others had to choose the location and be fully prepared. However, when they saw that Yi Xian was safe and sound, they could not help but sigh in relief. As for the remaining 4 loose immortals of the Evil Path Holy Land, they would cry. Boy, I admit that I failed this time, but why did you let the three of them attack me? Do you think that they can hurt me? The loose immortal of the Holy Land of Death could not help but snort coldly. Of course not. Yi Xian shook his head, then took out the Holy Leader token again. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he activated it with his true qi. The next moment, his body was surrounded by a strange energy that gushed out of the Holy Leader token. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was actually able to use the Holy Lord token. Didn't that mean that he'd already refined the Holy Lord token? The current master of the Penglai Holy Land was Yi Xian. What? Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Lu Li, and the others were shocked. It had only been half a day since they received the news. During this half a day, Yi Xian had been traveling under everyone's eyes. How could he have refined the Holy Leader token? Oh no! Chapter 1645. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian had to undergo the tribulation on the spot. It was because Yi Xian had already refined the Sacred Leader token. As long as he successfully became an itinerant immortal, with the Sacred Leader token and the restrictions of the Sacred Leader token, no one present would be a match for Yi Xian. Let's go! The itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death immediately turned around and ran. He was prepared to open the spatial rift and return to the Penglai's sacred land, then escape. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Die! Yi Xian remained calm and collected as he directly used his strongest trump card. Unicorned Descend. Boom! In an instant, the itinerant immortal from the sacred land of death was directly trampled by the flaming hoof. After breaking through to the first tribulation itinerant immortal realm, Yi Xian's strength had increased several times. Coupled with the Sacred Leader token's support, his damage was simply explosive. With just one hoof, he seriously injured the peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Blarg! The itinerant immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted another person to kill Yi Xian, then he would take the Sacred Leader token. He did not expect that he would fail and be utterly defeated. If that's the case, then let's die together. The itinerant immortal roared and directly attacked without hesitation. You are now like an ant in front of me. Yi Xian glared, and another unicorn hoof descended. This time, the itinerant immortal was directly killed. At the same time, his attack was already in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token and the power of the Sacred Land, easily defeated the attack. Even if he did not attack, the itinerant immortal would be punished by the heavenly Tao, and then his soul would be erased. However, the people he killed were able to obtain killing intent points. There were now 3 people left. I will also send you on your way. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used the third hoof of the unicorn. This hoof directly killed the itinerant immortal from the Nibbling Bones Sacred Land. This loose immortal was only an early-stage first tribulation immortal. He was weaker than the 4 from the Sacred Land of Death and Nether Sacred Land. He was killed instantly. Currently, there was still a loose immortal from the Evil Sun Holy Land and Immortal Qi Shui. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit. Immortal Qi Shui hastily said. I don't need a lackey like you. Yi Xian shook his head and started killing. Although Immortal Qi Shui was only a mid-stage first tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Master Medallion, could easily kill him even without using his ultimate move. As for the other person, he was at the early stage of the first tribulation, so he naturally couldn't escape death. In less than 2 seconds, 2 more rogue immortal corpses appeared. The 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt path Holy Lands had all fallen. Although a few of them were punished to death by the heavenly Tao, they would have died at the hands of Yi Xian in the end even if they did not make a move. Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token, was almost invincible in the Penglai Sacred Land. Unless he reacted by sacrificing himself to kill him, he was almost immortal. Everyone looked at the expanding spatial rifts and couldn't help but retreat. The space around them was unstable. Once a rogue immortal made a move, the spatial rifts couldn't be repaired by ordinary people. That was why they were punished by the heavenly Tao. Although the battle just now didn't last long, there were many spatial rifts left behind. If they were left alone, the entire Penglai sacred land would suffer. Yi Xian, repair the spatial rifts first. Old immortal Tianju hurriedly reminded. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and then used the sacred leader token again. Together with the Eye of Space, he quickly suppressed the spatial rifts and repaired them. These spatial rifts were left behind by the full-strength attacks of a peak First Tribulation loose immortal. They were expanding very quickly. If not suppressed, they would engulf the entire Penglai sacred land and even affect the other sacred lands. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already the master of the Penglai sacred land. Repairing these spatial rifts was a piece of cake. Now that the 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt path Holy Lands were dead, the matter was considered over. I have already broken through to the rogue immortal realm. In 1,000 years, it will be time for me to undergo my second tribulation, Yi Xian thought to himself. 1,000 years was too long for him. Fortunately, he was very benevolent. As long as he could find a special treasure, he could shorten the time needed to undergo his tribulation. Among the spoils of war just now, there were many things that could shorten the time needed to undergo the tribulation. In total, it would take about 100 years. Once one became a rogue immortal, they would undergo the tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were only at the first tribulation rogue immortal realm, they still had to undergo it. If they failed, they would be struck by the tribulation and their soul would scatter. If they succeeded, they would become a second tribulation rogue immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to first break through to the first tribulation rogue immortal realm before using these treasures to reduce the time needed to undergo the tribulation, just in case. Now that he had undergone the tribulation, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were only at the 9th stage ascension realm. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi changed again. This time, it was the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor who underwent the tribulation. As for Wei Zhentian, he was stuck at the 9th stage ascension realm because he was a weapon. Fortunately, he shared the same level as the ghost dome great emperor. As long as the ghost dome great emperor underwent the tribulation, he would also break through. Ayaya, you are actually undergoing the tribulation one after another. In that case, I won't hold back. Then he tossed Shihuia's head to Renfeng and began to guide the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. He was actually undergoing the tribulation too. F***ck, I won't hide it anymore. Tribulation. At this moment, a demon elder who had broken through to the 9th stage ascension realm for 10,000 years shouted angrily. Undergoing the tribulation was not fun. Once the tribulation failed, one's soul would scatter. Moreover, the soul that was scattered by the tribulation could only be revived by the soul seed. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Fortunately, the tribulation would not be affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation nearby. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The old tree and the ghost dome great emperor each endured one. After the old tree mutated into the ember of lightning fire, it was resistant to lightning attribute attacks. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation. The ghost dome great emperor was also half of the rock attribute. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation too. Ding! The ember of lightning fire has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! The ghost dome great emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. However, this was not the end. A few of the loose immortals did not expect that they would die. Moreover, loose immortals could not be revived using soul seeds. Therefore, they would carry ordinary items with them. After the battle just now, all the good things fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! The ember of lightning fire has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Chapter 1646. A series of system notifications made Yi Xian a little confused. However, the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really good. It's too scary. After feeling Yi Xian's aura, both Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li could not help but shudder. Just now, the four-peak First Tribulation itinerant immortals had similar strength to them, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had directly broken through to the middle First Tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Even without the Sacred Leader token, he could probably kill them. In the Penglai Divine Land, Yi Xian was already an invincible existence. On the other side, Wayward's Immortal Tribulation had also landed. Following that, his aura skyrocketed. Father left a lot of vitality in my body. Even if I can't refine it all, it's enough for me to return to the peak directly. Wayward thought in his heart. His aura skyrocketed and soon stopped at the middle First Tribulation realm. As for the Demon Clan Elder, he had also successfully passed the Immortal Tribulation and cultivated to become an itinerant immortal. At this time, Yi Xian directly summoned Luo Luo and took out the Sacred Leader token. This is a good place. Just refine it directly. Yi Xian handed the Sacred Leader token to Luo Luo. Wait. At this time, Old Immortal Tianju suddenly interrupted. During the refining process, you can't use the Sacred Leader token. If the Sacred Land of Death sends a second Tribulation itinerant immortal, it will be dangerous. Go to the Lu Guang Divine Land. But Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Old Immortal Tianju was the Sacred Land Master of the Lu Guang Divine Land. It would be safer for Luo Luo to refine it there. However, before that, Yi Xian first let Old Tree and the other two test it. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attacks would create a rapidly expanding space crack, and then they would be killed by the heavenly punishment. As for Wei Zhentian, no matter how he attacked, there would be no punishment, and he would not be able to break open the space crack. This made Yi Xian very surprised, but also very surprised. This meant that Wei Zhentian could disregard the punishment of the heavenly Tao and make a move on the minor hallowed grounds. If he had known about this earlier, Yi Xian could have directly transcended his tribulation. When the time came, Wei Zhentian would have been the one to deal with him. Things would have been much easier then. Yi Xian led everyone back to the Penglai sacred ground through the spatial crack in the Dragon Sparrow Fairy's spatial crack. During this period of time, Yi Xian's doppelganger had already uprooted all the strongholds of the three evil holy lands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resources to break through to mid-stage First Tribulation. After returning to the Penglai Goblin race, Old Immortal Tianju used the Penglai Goblin race's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Lu Guang Holy Land's Tianju Palace. In the Glazed Light Holy Land, as long as number 3 Tribulation Loose Immortals came, no one would be a threat to Tianju Lao Xian. Moreover, which third Tribulation Loose Immortal would want to be punished by the Heavenly Tao? One had to know that a soul seed could only be revived when one was below the Heaven Ascension realm. After becoming an itinerant immortal, death was certain once one's soul was destroyed. Moreover, even if his soul escaped, he wouldn't be able to revive as easily as a reaching heaven state. Although itinerant immortals had many restrictions, Yi Xian was not afraid of the itinerant immortal tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years due to the increase in his strength. Come to think of it, after arriving at the Glazed Light Holy Land's Tianju Palace, Yi Xian handed the Holy Leader token to Luo Luo. Then, Luo Luo began to refine it. This Holy Leader token previously belonged to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Now that Luo Luo had obtained it, it would be relatively easier for her to refine it. Senior, now that Luo Luo has completely refined the Demon Emperor's inheritance and this Holy Leader token, what are her chances of winning if she directly goes through the heavenly tribulation? Asked Yi Xian. Regarding this matter, I once went to look for an expert from the Life Holy sect. He said that if Luo Luo uses the Holy Leader token, she has about an 80% chance of winning. Replied Tianju Lao Xian. Only 80%? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this success rate. What he wanted was 100%. If she reverted to her original form, she might be able to reach 100%. Moreover, my wife is proficient in array formations. When she goes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be much easier to set up a defensive array formation. Tianju Lao Xian emphasized the words heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was not an immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation had to land on the person going through it. Only with their own strength could they pass it. Lulua's heavenly tribulation didn't need to land on the person going through it. She could just block it. Although outsiders couldn't help, the array formation that Luo set up and the divine abilities that she learned could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. Oh right, after breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, there is still the tribulation transcendence pill. It can increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for Luo. With this, Luo would have no problem passing the heavenly tribulation. Although the holy leader token used to belong to the dragon sparrow fairy, it still took Luo half a month to refine this holy leader token. After half a month, Luo successfully refined this holy leader token. Then, everyone returned to the Penglai's sacred ground. At this moment, Luo could borrow the power of the sacred ground. Grandpa, big brother, when will I be able to fully unlock the inheritance memories? Luo asked Yi Xian and Tianju in the Penglai Sacred Grounds Plaza. There's no rush. Let's make all the preparations first. You can set up a defensive array formation here, old immortal Tianju said. His wife, the dragon sparrow fairy, was an array master. Although she was only a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal, the array formation would still be effective at this time. Luo responded and started to set up the array formation in the inheritance memories. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Other people's array formations were useless against the heavenly tribulation. They would be destroyed instantly. However, Luo's array formations were set up by her, so they could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. In the end, Luo set up a total of 7 layers of array formations. Luo, take this pill before the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian spent a large amount of super-devouring crystals to exchange for a heavenly tribulation pill and threw it over. Luo caught the heavenly tribulation pill and turned to look at someone. It was who Yi Xian had brought over from the land of reincarnation. She had already reincarnated 9 times and had parents in every life. However, Hu Xing'o was Luo's parent in her first life. She naturally had to come over when Luo was going through the heavenly tribulation. It's about time. I'll go and awaken her inheritance memories. Old immortal Tianju said to Yi Xian and walked over. As long as he awakened Luo's inheritance memories, the heavenly loathing fox bloodline in her body would be fully activated. At that time, she would welcome the heavenly tribulation. When Luo saw old immortal Tianju walking towards her, she stuffed the heavenly tribulation pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Yi Xian watched as old immortal Tianju approached Luo and placed his withered hand on Luo's head. Luo was not a treasure. Once she failed the heavenly tribulation, her soul would scatter. Chapter 1647. Fortunately, Luo and Yi Xian had formed a master and servant blood contract. Luo was the same as Old Tree and the other 2 and could double her strength. At this moment, old immortal Tianju's palm suddenly emitted a stream of true qi into Luo's head. In the next moment, Luo's eyes suddenly widened and 2 rays of light shot out from them. Inherited memories were completely unlocked. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out and shocked everyone in the surroundings. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline was completely awakened. Luo also awakened the memories of her previous 8 lives. She remembered Yi Xian, Hu Xing, Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather rapidly and the terrifying aura spread out again. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju quickly dodged. Luo also made a hand seal and activated the 7 layers of defense array. Then, she turned into her original form. She was originally from the Fox Charm clan. After her reincarnation, she became a fox demon. Now that she had completely unlocked the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, she was still a demon. However, Her original form was the golden nine-tailed heavenly loathing fox. Luo Luo's new fox demon was not bad, but it was far inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. The heavenly tribulation was almost done gathering and could fall at any time. Luo Luo held the sacred leader token in her hand and prepared for the heavenly tribulation. Old Tree, the three of you go and try. Yi Xian quickly summoned Old Tree and the other two. He wanted the three itinerant immortals to try blocking the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as the three of them were in position, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation contained terrifying power. It directly struck Luo Luo, who had turned into the heavenly loathing fox. At the same time, Wei Zhentian and the other two lined up from top to bottom and went up to face the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's plan was to let the three of them block the heavenly tribulation's power, but it was useless. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor died. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. The tribulation lightning pierced through Wei Zhentian, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the Old Tree's bodies one after another. Moreover, its power did not weaken at all. Don't forget that Lolua's current tribulation was at the peak of Heaven Completion Stage Level 9. Compared to Hu Xing-er's tribulation, she was countless times stronger. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning struck Luolua's formation. This formation had Lolua's genuine chi on it, so it was approved by the heavenly tribulation. However, this 7-layer formation still couldn't block the tribulation lightning. The 7 layers of formations were broken one after another, but it also had the effect of weakening the tribulation lightning. When the tribulation lightning landed on Luolua's body, it only had 2/3 of its original power left. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning still struck Luolua's body. The overbearing lightning instantly spread out. Luolua's main body couldn't help but let out a low roar. All her hair stood on end, and her entire body trembled as if she was enduring pain. Seeing this, Yi Xian, Old Immortal Tianju, and Hu Xing could only watch helplessly. This was because the heavenly tribulation was Luolua's matter alone, and others couldn't interfere. When the tribulation lightning struck her body, Luo Luo had already used the Holy Leader Order. In addition to the peak of Heaven Completion Stage Level 9, the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and other factors, Luo Luo successfully received this attack. Ding! Luo Luo successfully passed the tribulation. Ding! Luo Luo forcibly disintegrated. She is currently at the early stage of 1 tribulation's scattered immortal. These 2 system notifications surprised Yi Xian. Luo Luo had passed the heavenly tribulation, not the immortal tribulation. How did she break through to the scattered immortal realm? However, this was no longer important because Luo Luo had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't have to worry about it in the future. But, young master, mother, I passed the heavenly tribulation. Luo Luo immediately turned into her human form and jumped into Hu Xing-er's arms. For today, everyone had put in a lot of effort, and things had finally come to a successful conclusion. Good, it's good that you passed it. Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, not only had Luo Luo passed the heavenly tribulation, but she had also broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. Moreover, all of her inherited memories had been unlocked, which was worthy of celebration. However, there was still no news of Luolua's father, which was a pity. For this, Yi Xian also ran all over the 100 Beasts realm, using his spiritual sense to search all the Fox clan members, but he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps Luolua's father had already fallen, or perhaps he had reincarnated. Since things were over, then the Penglai Demon Clan's Holy Leader Order should be handed over to Fairy Luli. Yi Xian took the Holy Leader Order from Luo Luo, then found Fairy Luli ready to fulfill his previous promise. Fairy Luli had spent a lot of heavenly treasures to nurture him, and now he wanted to use the Holy Leader Order as a reward. However, when Yi Xian came to the colored glass sacred mountain and found Fairy Luli, he found that Headstrong was also there. TSK, kid, keep this Holy Leader Order first. Headstrong directly smiled at Yi Xian. But why? Yi Xian heard this and asked in surprise. Headstrong suddenly looked at Fairy Luli and said, Next, I have a plan that you will definitely be interested in. Plan? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Keep this Penglai Holy Leader Order first. From now on, you are the master of the Penglai Holy Ground. As for your promise to me, you can use the Holy Leader Order of other holy grounds to repay it. Fairy Lu Li said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and didn't react for a moment. Simply put, go and get another Holy Leader Order. Headstrong explained. Go get another one. Where do you go? Yi Xian asked. Of course, it's those evil holy grounds. Some holy grounds only have mid-stage First Tribulation itinerant immortals as their masters, Headstrong continued. But I am also an itinerant immortal now. If I make a move in the other holy grounds, my soul will fly. When Yi Xian said this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized. If an itinerant immortal attacked in a holy ground, his soul would scatter. However, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian could be resurrected even if they died. You stupid pig, you only realized now? Headstrong rolled his eyes, looking slightly helpless. Indeed, the old tree and the other two were Yi Xian's treasures, and they also had the attribute of immortality. Yi Xian actually asked about this. As long as the old tree and the other two attacked, even if the heavenly Tao punished them, it would only punish the old tree and the other two. Even if the old tree and the other two died, he could continue to resurrect them, then those holy grounds. Tsk. Hee, there are many evil holy grounds. I have drawn up a route for you. Headstrong suddenly grinned with a crafty look. You were talking about this plan before? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Chapter 1648. So I'll help you kill the lords of those holy lands and give you the Holy Lord token? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land is only a peak First Tribulation bodiless immortal. As long as you kill him, you'll get another Holy Master token. You can return it to Lu Li. As for me, I want the sky-piercing treasure map. Headstrong said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Sky-piercing treasure map. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Ground actually had a sky-piercing treasure map? That evil Buddha was originally a personal disciple of our Buddhist sect's Holy Land's Venerable Buddha. Later, he borrowed the Venerable Buddha's sky-piercing treasure map on the pretext of comprehending it. He then left the Buddhist sect's Holy Land and finally became the master of the Holy Land of Xie Yang Holy Land, Fairy Lu Li said. I see. Yi Xian also understood. Evil Buddha had stolen the sky-piercing treasure map. Now, Fairy Lu Li and Headstrong wanted to use it to destroy evil Sun Holy Land and the other evil holy lands. That's a good plan, but evil Buddha is a peak First Tribulation scattered immortal and has the Holy Lord token. He won't be easy to kill. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and said directly, Don't worry, my father is very rich. Headstrong said with a smile. As long as you agree, a large amount of treasures will be sent over in a few days. Your Buddhist Holy Land and Life Holy Land want to use this to clean up the evil holy lands? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. Headstrong nodded. Of course. It's best to clean up Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land too. But it's more difficult. After all, they're large holy lands. Large holy land space was more stable. Even Third Tribulation scattered immortals could attack, so it was not so easy to destroy them. However, if Yi Xian attacked small holy lands, these two large holy lands would have no way to stop him. In that case, no problem. It's like you're paying me to help clean up the evil holy lands. Yi Xian grinned. He was still worried about not having a place to level up. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Headstrong smiled again. Okay, then I'll go back immediately and write me a list of what you need. No problem. At that moment, Yi Xian wrote down what he needed. After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, he still had 1,000 years before his first itinerant immortal tribulation. If he wanted to speed up, he would need special treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, as long as he devoured them alone, Luo, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's itinerant celestial tribulation would be shortened. Since he wanted to work with Capricious, it would be safer for him to break through to the second tribulation's scattered immortal stage. Of course, just having a treasure of heaven and earth that could shorten the time of the itinerant immortal tribulation was not enough. One also needed to have the strength to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, one would be obliterated by the itinerant immortal tribulation. He willfully left the Penglai sacred land and returned to the life sacred land. In less than 2 days, he returned, and at the same time, he brought back a lot of good things. These things can be exchanged for the holy leader tokens of Xie Yang, Blood Fiend, and Corroding Bone Holy Lands. Capricious went straight to the point. Yi Xian checked and turned pale with fright. He immediately replied, "No problem." In this interspatial ring, there were a large number of natural treasures. In addition, there was something that was beyond his expectations. The corpse of a devourer beast. Capricious had actually brought a devourer beast corpse for Yi Xian. This was an extremely rare item that could give Yi Xian 1 devourer point. The 3 holy lands of the evil path? No problem. Yi Xian grinned and threw the good things into his devourer space. Alright, then you go and prepare. Let me know when you're done. I'll go too. Capricious grinned. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed and found a quiet place in the colored glass sacred mountain. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation's scattered immortal stage. Ding. Lightning embers has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation's scattered immortal stage. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation's scattered immortal stage. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation's scattered immortal stage. Ding. Host has devoured a devourer beast corpse. Host has obtained 1 devourer point. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. However, Yi Xian didn't continue because Luo Luo was still in the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. If Yi Xian shortened the duration of the itinerant immortal tribulation, wouldn't Luo Luo be in trouble? Therefore, Yi Xian gave the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation to Luo Luo and let her cultivate in the planting space. After the plantation space changed, the flow of time could be adjusted. Luo Luo cultivated in it for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. Moreover, Luo Luo possessed the heaven-loathed fox bloodline. She could absorb and refine the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even if she didn't use natural treasures, just absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth in the plantation space would increase her cultivation by a lot. In just 3 days, Luo Luo broke through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the peak of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. Of course, she cultivated in the plantation space for 30 days. However, this was shocking enough. One had to know that other people would need at least 1,000 years to break through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the middle stage. In this world, she was the only one who had fully awakened the heaven-loathed fox bloodline. After the breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for Luo Luo to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulation with her own strength. Okay, let's start the tribulation. Somewhere in the colored glass sacred mountain, Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. At this time, his success rate was 100%, so there wouldn't be any accidents. The itinerant immortal tribulation was different from the previous immortal tribulations. It was affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation, so it could only be done one by one. Yi Xian went first. He directly attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth and gathered it above his head. This time, he was going to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation, which was much more powerful than the previous immortal tribulation. The changes it caused shocked many people. At this time, Fairy Lu Li and Headstrong in the colored glass sacred mountain both discovered it. This is the itinerant immortal tribulation. Yi Xian is actually going to undergo the tribulation? Headstrong was shocked. Fairy Lu Li was also shocked. Although she was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, she didn't have 100% confidence in passing the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, Yi Xian was even earlier than her. One should know that Yi Xian was only a first-tier Ascension Realm LV1 a month ago. This kid is really bold. Others delay the itinerant immortal tribulation, but he actually triggered it in advance. If he really passes it, won't he become a second tribulation itinerant immortal? Headstrong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but admire him. However, as long as Yi Xian passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it would be easy for him to deal with the lords of those evil holy lands. Boom! At this time, the tribulation lightning in the distance fell and struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 1649. Ding! Host has successfully passed the tribulation. Host is now a second tribulation scattered immortal. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, his realm was the highest in the Penglai sacred land. This colored glaze treasure body is really good. Otherwise, the success rate of passing the tribulation would be less than 100%. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After the colored glaze treasure body reached the 6th stage, it needed the best colored glaze. However, there was enough to exchange for it. Therefore, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th stage, the same as Fairy Lu Li. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly flew over from the distance. Needless to say, they were naturally Fairy Lu Li and Willful. They looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, finding it hard to accept. Headstrong swallowed his saliva and said, "You passed?" "Yes, I'm now a second tribulation scattered immortal." Yi Xian nodded. "That's so scary. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to pass the tribulation first." Headstrong sighed. "No rush. Let's pass the tribulation first." Yi Xian grinned. This time he had other plans. His goal was not limited to the evil sacred land. Fairy Lu Li was speechless. After all, only a month had passed. She could not imagine that Yi Xian, who was only a first-stage ascension realm a month ago, had now surpassed her in realm. Before she could say anything, the vitality of heaven and earth changed again. This time, it was the old tree's tribulation. Again? Headstrong was shocked. Although the old tree had a contract with Yi Xian, it did not seem to work in the scattered immortal realm, so he had to pass the tribulation himself. Soon, the scattered immortal tribulation descended. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on the old tree. The old tree easily withstood the lightning and passed the tribulation successfully. Ding! Lightning ember passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Next was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. Therefore, after he successfully transcended the tribulation, Wei Zhentian also broke through. However, this was not the end. "Luoluo, don't forget to use the Holy Leader token," Yi Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. Luoluo nodded and took out the Holy Leader token. Previously, Yi Xian gave the Holy Master token to Fairy Lu Li, but Fairy Lu Li rejected it and prepared to cooperate with Yi Xian. Therefore, Luoluo was still the Holy Master of the Penglai Holy Land. With the Holy Leader medallion, Yi Xian was no longer worried. Boom! Soon, the 4th itinerant immortal tribulation descended. Luoluo, who had already transformed into the heavenly loathing fox, bore the brunt of the attack. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early-stage second tribulation scattered celestial. Luoluo had also passed the first itinerant celestial tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant celestial. Yi Xian and the other 3 directly transcended tribulations one after another, which frightened Fairy Lu Li and Capricious. Forget about Yi Xian and Luoluo. One was a monster, while the other was the first heavenly loathing fox to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Old Shu's strength was also very strong, and he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian in the slightest. However, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, a heavenly beast, had become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. This was unacceptable to Capricious. This Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be a false immortal beast now. Capricious could not help but think to himself. A false immortal beast was a heavenly beast of the itinerant immortal level. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Capricious was now a mid-stage First Tribulation itinerant immortal. He might not even be able to defeat a weapon like Wei Zhentian. Alright, we've all become Second Tribulation itinerant immortals. Now it's time to act. Yi Xian grinned. Not to mention Second Tribulation itinerant immortals, even First Tribulation itinerant immortals could not fight in the small Holy Land. However, this time, he had taken advantage of a loophole. If Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked in the small sacred land, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao and killed. However, because they could resurrect infinitely, they could resurrect again and again even if they were killed every time they attacked. Who in the small sacred land was a match for them? Ah, good, let's go now. Capricious' eyes lit up. There's no teleportation formation between the righteous sacred land and the evil sacred land. Those who came to Penglai sacred land before all crossed the sea, so it's the same for us. After saying that, Capricious took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. This is a map of the sea. Xieyang sacred land is right next to Penglai sacred land. It's quite close. As long as we reach Xieyang sacred land, we can directly teleport to Bloodfiend sacred land or Nibbling sacred land, right? Yi Xian asked. Yes, we just need to cross the sea once. Capricious nodded. In that case, let's set off immediately. Without another word, Yi Xian copied the map of the sea area into the book. Then he went through the teleportation formation in Colored Glass Sacred Mountain and teleported to Penglai Sacred Land, which was close to Xieyang Sacred Land. Although the sea didn't belong to any sacred land, anyone who attacked in the sea would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, they could still fly. After all, they didn't attack. As for Fairy Lu Li and Capricious, they were kept in Yi Xian's planting space and were enjoying the tenfold cultivation speed. Now, the Yuan Qi in the planting space was no less than Penglai sacred land. Because of the speed of the space flow, Capricious wanted to stay in the planting space permanently. Lua Lua was also cultivating in the planting space. However, because she was now a Second Tribulation scattered immortal and Capricious heaven and earth treasures were almost used up, her cultivation speed was a little slow. Yi Xian rushed at full speed and arrived at Xieyang sacred land after a day. Then he flew directly to the center of Xieyang sacred land. The sacred land master of Xieyang sacred land, Evil Buddha, was only a peak First Tribulation scattered immortal. He couldn't even beat Wei Zhentian, let alone Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree. Yi Xian was now a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. His spiritual sense, killer instinct, and eye of perception could cover almost 1/5 of Xieyang sacred land. There were still some scattered immortals in Xieyang sacred land, but they were all gathered in the center. Yi Xian sensed them before he arrived. A peak First Tribulation scattered immortal, found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then he flew directly to the center of Xieyang sacred land. At this time, the scattered immortals in the center of Xieyang sacred land finally sensed them. Who is a Second Tribulation scattered immortal? A bald man raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Yi Xian's aura was very strange, but he was just a little surprised. After all, they were in Xieyang sacred land and he was the sacred land master. Even a Second Tribulation scattered immortal couldn't defeat him. Chapter 1650. May I ask who you are? The bald man flew into the sky and shouted. Yi Xian looked at him and confirmed his identity. This bald man was Evil Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. He was also the Lord of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land. Destroy his body first, Yi Xian said in his mind. Old Tree and the other two immediately came out of the planting space. Old Tree's appearance caught Evil Buddha off guard, but the more shocking thing was yet to come. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Old Tree flashed and appeared behind Evil Buddha, then punched out. Bang! This thunderfire fist directly blasted through Evil Buddha's neck, separating his head from his body. Then, Old Tree was also punished by the heavenly Tao and was obliterated. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire is dead. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire is resurrected. Although Evil Buddha was the Lord of the Holy Land, he was only a one-tribulation scattered immortal after all. Facing Old Tree, who was a two-tribulation scattered immortal, even with the Holy Master token, he could not defeat him. Moreover, Old Tree had taken Evil Buddha by surprise and ambushed him. How could Evil Buddha expect that someone would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to kill him? In an instant, Evil Buddha was left with only his head. Then, his body and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian grinned and released Wayward and Fairy Luli. At the same time, he took out a token from the interspatial ring. The Holy Master token of Xie Holy Land. Ding! The host has refined the Holy Master token of Xie Holy Land and become the Lord of Xie Holy Land. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian could make a move on Xie Holy Land. Evil Buddha, who only had one head left, stared blankly at Yi Xian, unable to accept the fact that he only had one head left. After a while, he asked, "You? Who are you?" After refining the Holy Master token, Yi Xian continued to search the interspatial ring, but did not find the so-called Heavenly Treasure Map. Headstrong, I didn't find the Heavenly Treasure Map. Yi Xian said as he tossed the interspatial ring to Headstrong. Impossible, he must have stolen the Supreme Buddha's Heavenly Treasure Map. He willfully checked himself again. Now, Evil Buddha knew the other party's purpose for coming. It turned out that they were here for the Heavenspan Treasure Map. Previously, Yi Xian did not use the Soul Eye because he had not refined the Holy Leader token. Although it was a soul attack, he did not dare to try it because he was afraid of being punished by the Heavenly Tao. However, he had refined the Holy Master's badge. Thus, he was able to use it. Mortal Eye, Soul Eye, ding! Control successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian subdued Evil Buddha. Though Evil Buddha had lived for more than 10,000 years, Yi Xian was one realm higher than him. Where did you put the Heavenly Treasure Map? Yi Xian asked Evil Buddha. I have already given the Heavenly Treasure Map to the Emperor of Death. Evil Buddha replied directly. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Willful. He was subdued by you? Willful asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, Evil Buddha was telling the truth. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Treasure Map was in the hands of the Emperor of Death? This was troublesome. The Emperor of Death was the master of the Holy Land of Death. Now that Evil Buddha had given the Heavenly Treasure Map to the Emperor of Death, there was no hope for him to get it. Forget it. Since the Heavenly Treasure Map is in the hands of the Emperor of Death, then we don't need it. Willful sighed and said, All right. Yi Xian nodded, then directly killed the Evil Buddha with a single strike. Once the soul of a rogue immortal was destroyed, he would die. When the experts of the Xie Holy Land saw that Evil Buddha was killed, they were so frightened that they scattered. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly caught up with the rogue immortals and subdued them with the Soul Eye. The Xie Holy Land was considered a good place among the small holy lands. If all the resources were gathered, it would be a considerable amount of income. Now that Yi Xian was the master of the Xie Holy Land, he could do whatever he wanted in the Holy Land. He directly ordered the experts under his command to eliminate the evil forces. As for the rogue immortals of the Xie Holy Land, they survived because they were subdued by Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian quickly used the teleportation formation in the Xie Holy Land to teleport to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Then he used the same method to kill the Blood Fiend Holy Land's Master, the Blood Fiend Holy Land's Master, and obtain the Blood Fiend Holy Land's Master token. Then, it was the Nibbling Holy Land and the other 4 slightly smaller evil Holy Lands. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian had seized all 7 of the evil Dao Holy Lands. And he was the master of the 7 Holy Lands. At the same time, he directly broke through to the intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian reached the peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Lu Luo needed to cultivate, so she was slightly slower. She was the same as Yi Xian, intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. Even after 2 days, the news had not spread. In order to fulfill his promise, Yi Xian gave the Evil Sun Holy Land's master token to Fairy Lu Li, and the Blood Fiend Holy Land and the Nibbling Holy Land's master tokens were given to Headstrong. As for the remaining 4 master tokens, he kept them. If he added the Penglai Holy Land's master token, he would have 5. However, Yi Xian was not ready to give up because he had another plan. That was the Temporal Island. Previously, when he obtained one of Sherwa's Eyes of Time, the planting space had undergone a change, and the Temporal Island Lord had another one. If he had a pair of Eyes of Time, perhaps the planting space's effects would be even better. The Temporal Island Lord was a peak Second Tribulation rogue immortal and the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land. Even a 3 Tribulation rogue immortal would not be able to kill him in one hit. Therefore, as long as he did not come out of the Temporal Island, no one could do anything to him. At this time, in a wicked Holy Land. Headstrong, did the Temporal Island Lord offend your life holy sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, he killed someone in my life holy sect. The person who died was the child of one of my life holy sect's elders, so he was hunted down by my life holy sect and holed up in the Temporal Island. Headstrong nodded. What if I help you get rid of him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You want to go to the Temporal Island? When Caprice heard this, he was very surprised and said, Shi Jin is the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land, and he is a peak Second Tribulation loose immortal. On the Temporal Island, even a 3 Tribulation loose immortal might not be able to beat him. I know that. Yi Xian nodded. Then how do you want to win? Headstrong asked, puzzled. Sure, we are holed up in the Temporal Island. Even his father could not do anything to him, so it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to kill Sherwia. Chapter 1651. Since it won't work, I'll use these 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure him out. Yi Xian suddenly took out the 5 Holy Leader tokens. One of them was the Penglai Holy Land's Holy Leader token. Even the Holy Land's Lord would be tempted by these 5 Holy Leader tokens. After all, if someone wanted to undergo tribulation in the future, they could refine the Holy Leader token of the small Holy Land first. That way, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Yi Xian was 80% confident that he could use these 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. When the time came, he could launch a sneak attack and perhaps kill the Temporal Island Lord instantly. 5 Holy Leader tokens. Wayward swallowed his saliva. If he added Xie Yang, Shuesha, and Shirgu Holy Leader tokens, he would have 8 tokens. Thinking about it this way, the Temporal Island Lord might really come out. The Temporal Island was too small, not even 1/5 of the Penglai Holy Land. He could cover it with his spiritual sense. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Wayward nodded. If he could get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, it would be good. If the Temporal Island Lord succeeded in his tribulation and became a 3 Tribulation loose immortal, then he would be able to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If we can get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. Wayward said. All right, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. He then checked the sea region map and confirmed the location of the Temporal Island. Then he quickly took action. This time, his plan was to use the 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. Then, the Old Tree Trio would deal with him. Every time Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. But don't forget, Wei Zhentian wouldn't be punished. As long as the Temporal Island Lord came out, Wei Zhentian could directly use the Sword Storm to kill him. As the Temporal Island and the other Holy Lands did not have a transmission array, Yi Xian still had to hurry. He first transmitted to a Holy Land of the Righteous Dao, then flew through the sea region. After traveling at full speed for about a day and a half, he finally saw the Temporal Island. Although the island of time and space was small, it was still considered a holy land. The island master was a Second Tribulation individual immortal. His spiritual sense could cover the entire island. If Yi Xian stepped in, he would probably be attacked directly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. This was because the Temporal Island was so small. Even if Shi Xian attacked, the attack range would be very small. Yi Xian approached the Temporal Island and shouted, Shi Jin, come out. The sound was deafening, enough to spread throughout the Isle of Time. There weren't many people living on the space-time island, and they were all from the Shur family. When they heard someone calling out the Grand Elder's name, they immediately rushed out. What a powerful aura! Could it be a second tribulation's scattered immortal? The few loose immortals from the Shur clan raised their eyebrows, and those 9th-tier Heaven Ascension cultivators who were about to make a move shuddered. Second tribulation loose immortals, only holy lands have them. Could it be that they were from the life-sacred land? Just as they were surprised, a middle-aged man flew up into the sky, and then everyone retreated. The newcomer was none other than Shurjin from the Isle of Time and Space. Who are you? Shurjin couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian's unfamiliar face. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know, do you want these things? After saying this, Yi Xian took out 5 Holy Leader medallions from his devouring space. When they saw the 5 Holy Leader medallions, Shurjin and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, it's actually the Holy Leader medallions, and 5 at that. What's going on? How could this person have 5 Holy Leader medallions? How could he take out 5 Holy Leader medallions at once? This must be fake. Everyone in the Shur clan expressed their doubts. After all, this was really too shocking. However, the Holy Leader medallions were unique in this world. Shurjin could clearly sense that these 5 Holy Leader medallions were real. 5 Holy Leader medallions in one person's possession was very unlikely. Or you? Shurjin couldn't help but ask. I said, you don't need to know who I am. If you want these 5 Holy Leader medallions, then come with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Shurjin's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian's temptation was too obvious. However, those 5 Holy Leader medallions were indeed real. If he obtained them, he wouldn't have to hide on the temporal island anymore. He would be able to move freely between the 6 holy lands. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow him. On the temporal island, he could use the Holy Leader medallions. However, outside, he couldn't do anything. The temporal island was surrounded by the sea. Even if someone ambushed him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was Second Sister's Peak Loose Celestial. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the Holy Leader medallions, even if a 3 Tribulation Loose Celestial sacrificed himself to ambush him, they might not succeed. Which 3 Tribulation Loose Celestial would dare to do this? After all, he had only killed the child of an elder. It wasn't to the point where he would fight to the death. When he thought of this, he followed him. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve. In front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw Shurjin follow him out. The first step of his plan had already been accomplished. As long as he lured Shurjin away from the temporal island, he could directly make his move. After rushing for half a minute, Yi Xian finally stopped. What are you trying to do? Shurjin asked in surprise as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian's actions shocked him. Yi Xian actually directly threw the 5 Holy Leader medallions in his hand to him one by one. What? Shurjin was stunned. These were 5 Holy Leader medallions. How could he just give them away so casually? He caught the first Holy Leader medallion and examined it. Sure enough, it was real. Then, the second Holy Leader medallion, and the third. However, when he reached the 4th Holy Leader medallion, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he sensed 2 auras that were not inferior to theirs in the slightest. They were Peak 2 Tribulation Loose Celestials. Before he could clearly see who they were, the other party made a move. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Grasp of the Underworld. 2 extremely powerful control skills directly landed on Shurjin, binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked together. Although these 2 skills didn't tear through space, they were still punished by the Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao's punishment varied in strength. Hence, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor weren't directly obliterated like before. Ha, you're dead meat. Old Tree grinned and then directly used a powerful skill. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also directly used a powerful skill. Sword Blade Storm. Although Shurjin had already left the temporal island, he could only defend and couldn't attack. However, just in case, Yi Xian had already used his trump card. Jin had the Eye of Space, but he couldn't break through space to leave now. If he attacked, he would also be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1652. Not to mention the Blade Storm, just the 9-dragon Sky Howl was enough to blast Jin's body apart, leaving only his head behind. Then, the Blade Storm quickly swept over, turning Jin's head into a sieve. Ding! Lightning Embers has died. Ding! Lightning Embers has revived. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. The Temporal Island Lord, Jin, had fallen. Yi Xian immediately rushed over, took the Temporal Island Lord's Yin and Yang ring, and refined the Divine Leader token inside. However, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the Temporal Island Lord's Eye of Time and Spatial Eye. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Time. The system notification sounded. The Temporal Island Lord had given his son an Eye of Time, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had obtained another one, they were finally paired. In an instant, he saw a change in the planting space. The adjustment of the flow of space was not increased to 20 times, but 30 times. A day in the planting space was equivalent to a month in the outside world. This was so awesome that he had no friends. As expected of the Eye of Time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The flow of space had increased by 3 times. Although it did not have much of an effect on him, it was a divine weapon for others. Most importantly, Luo had the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, so she could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth on her own. Cultivating in the planting space for 30 days was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. With the combination of these two, Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's. Then Yi Xian took back the 5 divine leader tokens from before. Now, he was the leader of 5 sacred lands. Including Luo's Penglai sacred land, he had 6 sacred lands. At this time, Yi Xian released Wayward from the planting space. When Wayward saw Jin's corpse, he was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to succeed. Amazing, amazing. Wayward did not know how to describe his feelings at this time. After a pause, he said, "Now that you are the leader of the Temporal Island, you can control the Temporal Island. However, I have a request. You want to use the array formation on the Temporal Island?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a time array on the Spacetime Island. Cultivating for 2 years inside the Spacetime Island was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Well, although it's not as good as your space, it's still pretty good. Caprice nodded. This time array is only 2 times faster, but my space is 30 times faster. When the time comes, I will directly create an entrance in your Life Saint sect, and you can let people in to cultivate. Yi Xian said, "What? You can build an entrance?" Caprice was surprised. Previously, he thought that only Yi Xian could get people in. Now that there was an entrance, it was much more convenient. Cultivating inside for 30 days was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to cultivate inside? My space is about 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land. Although it's not as big as the sacred land, it's enough for cultivation. I can open up an area for you inside, Yi Xian said. "Huh, thank you so much." Caprice laughed out loud. At this time, Yi Xian said, "Of course, if you can improve the environment inside, you might be able to increase the flow of time even more." Now that the planted space had been upgraded to level 6, and with the mutation of the Eyes of Time, the flow of time could be increased by 30 times. Moreover, the flow of time would be affected by the level of the planted space. If it was upgraded to level 7, the flow of time would increase again. No problem. When the time comes, I'll plant more flowers of life. Caprice's eyes lit up. "Let's go back to the Life Saint sect with me." However, before that, Yi Xian still went to control the loose immortals on the Temporal Island and made a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the second tribulation loose immortal realm. Because there was no transmission array on the Temporal Island, they had to continue on their way. After a day and a half, they returned to the small sacred land from before and used the transmission array to return to the Penglai demon race. At this time, Luo had already cultivated in the planted space for 50 days and directly broke through to peak second tribulation Luz Immortal. In the planted space, Fairy Glaze also refined the sacred leader token of the Xieyang sacred land and left. Then Yi Xian and Caprice used the transmission array to teleport to the glazed light sacred land, and finally to the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect was a large sacred land and its space was very stable. Once there, Yi Xian could make his move. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian passed through more than 10 spatial rifts and finally arrived at the Life Saint sect. There were hundreds of Luz Immortals in the Life Saint sect, and there were even a few 3 Tribulation Luz Immortals. Before Yi Xian even entered, he could already feel waves of powerful auras. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian entered the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect had a mix of races, but mainly the Platinum Sacred Light Dragon clan and humans. The current sect master of the Life Saint sect was a human who became a Luz Immortal after cultivating for only 200 years. He was now a 3 Tribulation Luz Immortal. As for Caprice's father, he was the Grand Elder of the Life Saint sect and a peak 3 Tribulation Luz Immortal. Caprice led Yi Xian directly to the Life Saint mountain and found his father. What surprised Yi Xian was that Caprice's father looked very similar, like twins. This must be little friend Yi Xian, who has recently become popular in the various sacred lands. Caprice's father, Ren Xiong, said with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Before Caprice returned, he had already informed Ren Xiong of the matter. The latter did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "This time, you helped the Life Saint sect get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, as well as the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and the Bone Erosion Sacred Land. This is what you deserve," said Ren Xiong. Yi Xian naturally did not refuse. He directly accepted the interspatial ring and checked it. Good heavens, there were a lot of things inside, enough for him to break through and even undergo tribulation. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian thanked him. "This is what you deserve. Also, I want to ask, what are you going to do with the remaining sacred lands?" Ren Xiong asked curiously. Yi Xian naturally understood Ren Xiong's meaning and asked in return, "Senior, are you interested?" Ren Xiong smiled awkwardly and said, "If possible, I can represent the Life Saint sect and buy the sacred leader tokens in your hands." Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but pause. Now, apart from the Penglai sacred land, he still had 5 sacred leader tokens. "If senior is interested, I only need to leave the Temporal Island sacred leader token," Yi Xian said to Ren Xiong. Chapter 1653. Although the Temporal Island was only 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land, it was enough for Yi Xian. He could move Lianyun City to the Temporal Island in the future. "That's great. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the treasures. I'll go prepare them now." Ren Xiong's eyes flashed as he smiled and left. For Sacred Lord tokens. If he added the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and Bone Erosion Sacred Land, he would have 6. The Life Sacred Land had many Luz Immortals who died under the Luz Immortal Tribulation. With 4 Sacred Lord tokens, the success rate would increase a lot. Soon, Ren Xiong returned with a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures that could improve the environment. Then, Yi Xian handed the 4 Sacred Lord tokens to Ren Xiong. These cultivation resources were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 2nd Tribulation Luz Immortal Tribulation and become a 3rd Tribulation Luz Immortal. "Thank you, little friend," Ren Xiong said with a smile. "Senior is too polite. We're just doing what we need." Yi Xian replied with a smile. Ren Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, little friend, do you have any news about the Skysplit treasure map?" "Skysplit treasure map?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, little friend must have gained a lot after destroying so many evil sacred lands. Did you get the Skysplit treasure map?" Ren Xiong nodded. "No, I didn't." Yi Xian shook his head. This was the truth. He really didn't have the Skysplit treasure map. "Oh, that's too bad." Ren Xiong sighed. Now, 7 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map have appeared in the world. My Life Sacred Ground, Buddhist Holy Ground, and Nether Sacred Ground all have 1 piece. Fairy Lu Li has 1 piece, and old immortal Tianju of the glazed light sacred ground has one piece. Previously, Capricious sent news that evil Buddha's piece was given to the Emperor of Death. Now, the Emperor of Death has two pieces. 7 sky-split treasure maps? Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed because he heard the name Old Immortal Tianju. He didn't know if Old Immortal Tianju's map was given to him or if Old Immortal Tianju already had it. I remember that Old Immortal Tianju's map was obtained by his wife, Fairy Dragon Sparrow, right? At this time, Old Immortal Tianju suddenly spoke. Yi Xian was shocked. So meant that Old Immortal Tianju had 2 of the sky-split map. And he was the only one new Lord Tianju map? In total, there were 8 trans-heaven diagrams. Only one more and he would be able to find the passageway to the immortal realm. However, Yi Xian didn't tell him that he'd given a piece of the heavenly treasure map to Old Immortal Tianju. Instead, he directly sent a sound transmission to Luo Luo and asked about it. Of Yi Tian Tiantu had 7 immortal Tian. 7. 7. 7. He didn't know much about the heavenly treasure map. He only knew that each of the 4 great holy lands had a piece, but he didn't know that the Buddhist Holy Land had another piece besides the one that was stolen by evil Buddha. As for Fairy Lu Li's piece, it was only recently confirmed by Yi Xian. Senior, if we add the one I gave you before, there are 8 now. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, Old Immortal Tianju hesitated for a long time before saying, since that's the case, you don't have to hide it anymore. I think the Holy Lands will gather soon, gather together to find the 9th sky-split map? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then said to Ren Xiong, Senior, I once obtained a piece of the heavenly treasure map. However, in order to repay Old Immortal Tianju's kindness, I gave it to him. What? You obtained a sky-split map? Ren Xiong was shocked. Old Immortal Tianju was also surprised, but he didn't blame Yi Xian for not saying it. After all, this wasn't a small matter. So, Old Immortal Tianju has 2 sky-split map like the Emperor of Death? Old Immortal Tianju asked. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. Legend has it that if you gather all 9 sky-split map pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal world. As long as the passage is opened, we can directly ascend to the immortal world. Father, I remember there is a legend in the world that as long as you gather all 8 sky-split map pieces and set up the 9 seeking formation, you can find the location of the 9th sky-split map piece. Is this true? Old Immortal Tianju asked in shock. Ren Xiong nodded. It's true, but the 9 seeking formation has been lost. If you ask who is most likely to know it, it would be Taoist Ling Shao of the Buddhist Holy Land. Taoist Ling Shao? Old Immortal Tianju raised an eyebrow. Taoist Ling Shao was the sect master of the Buddhist Holy Land, High Firmament sect, and also Fairy Lu Li's father. Some time ago, Ren Xiong went to look for Taoist Ling Shao to discuss the matter between Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li. If that's the case, as long as we find the 9th sky-split map piece, we can find the passage to the immortal world? Old Immortal Tianju's eyes lit up. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. I will immediately tell your grandfather and ask him to gather the other sky-split map pieces. Then I will go to the Buddhist Holy Land. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly grinned. But Ren Xiong replied. The sky-split map was the focus of all the Holy Lands. After all, they also wanted to ascend to the immortal world. If the passage to the immortal world had not been closed, they would have become real immortals instead of itinerant immortals. As for Yi Xian, he went directly to the island of time and space. He might have something important to do next, so he had to break through as soon as possible. Then he quickly devoured the heaven and earth treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that his breakthrough success rate was only 70%. The peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm did not mean that he was at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. There was still a long way to go. However, the itinerant immortal tribulation did not matter. Even if he was at the early stage of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm, as long as the world arrived, the itinerant immortal tribulation would descend. At that moment, Yi Xian's triple body fusion increased his combat power by 20%. Ding. The host's current success rate of the tribulation is 94%. The system notification sounded again. A success rate of 94% was not bad. If he had the Tribulation Transcendence Pill and the Holy Leader token, Yi Xian could almost succeed. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Xian exchanged for a large amount of 5 elements glaze and cultivated the glaze treasure body to the 8th stage. Now, he was 100% sure that he could pass the second itinerant immortal tribulation. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly activated the heaven and earth primordial chi and began to pass the tribulation. The itinerant immortal tribulation happened once every 1,000 years, and the danger level was 100 times higher. Others would delay their tribulation and not advance it, but Yi Xian directly advanced it by 1,000 years. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1654. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on Yi Xian's head, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation because of the Sacred Leader token, the Azure Glaze Treasure Body, the Tribulation Passing Pill, and the Unicorn Vital Energy. However, this was the second itinerant celestial tribulation, so there were 2 of them. The second tribulation lightning was stronger than the first one, but it didn't matter. After all, the system showed that Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Boom! The second tribulation lightning fell. Then, Yi Xian heard a notification from the system. Ding! The host has passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Although the old tree and Yi Xian had a contract, the itinerant celestial realm was special. The old tree had to pass the tribulation by himself. In less than a minute, the old tree passed the second itinerant celestial tribulation and became a third tribulation itinerant celestial. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Emperor's turn. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. The old tree, the Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian broke through. Then, it was Luo Luo's turn. Luo, do you think you can pass? Yi Xian asked. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy's inheritance is not very useful to me, but I still have the Sacred Leader token and the Tribulation Passing Pill. It shouldn't be a problem. Luo replied. Then you should cultivate for a while. Anyway, 30 days in the plant space is only 1 day in the outside world. It's not a small matter to pass the tribulation. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian said to Luo. But Luo nodded. Then, she was put into the plant space by Yi Xian to continue cultivating. She cultivated for 90 days, but only 3 days in the outside world. Yi Xian had passed the itinerant celestial tribulation, which meant that Luo's tribulation had arrived. However, she could suppress it, so it wasn't a problem. After cultivating for 3 more months, Luo's cultivation was much stronger than before. Now, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. However, just in case, she still set up 7 layers of formations, which would be able to withstand some of the power of the tribulation lightning. It was better than nothing. Soon, Luo underwent her tribulation in the Penglai sacred land. She easily passed it. Luo is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Now, Yi Xian and the other 4 had all become 3 tribulation loose immortals. Their strength was enough to run amok in the great holy land. Luo. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ttia. Luo. In that case, the heavenly treasure map would fall into the spatial rift, and even the 9 seeking formation might not be able to find it. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now and wait until later. Not long after Luo passed the tribulation, Wayward finally sent some news. Taoist Ling Xiao has set up the 9 search formation in the sea. My father has also informed the major powers, including the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld. Do you want to come and take a look? Where is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's on the 4 islands between the 4 great holy lands. It's just an ordinary island. The 9 search formation is on it, Wayward replied. When will you arrive? Yi Xian asked again. 3 days later, Wayward replied. The 4 islands were between the 4 great holy lands. They had to fly from the 4 great holy lands to get there. 3 days was more than enough. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. He wanted to see where the 9th sky treasure map was. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian arrived at the 4 islands. However, before he landed, he sensed a few powerful auras. There were even a few 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the experts of the 4 great holy lands were gathered for this meeting. Oh, Yi Xian is here. When he sensed the aura, he immediately turned around to take a look. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian could already see the experts on the 4 islands. Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Lu Li, Wayward, Ren Xiong, and the One Thought Monk. There were many familiar faces. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces. Among them, a middle-aged man immediately showed anger when he saw Yi Xian. He was a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. He was the Netherworld Great Emperor, the Prince of Netherworld's father. During the fight for the Holy Lord's token, the Prince of Netherworld was killed by Yi Xian and Wayward, so Yi Xian was his enemy. If it were not for the fact that he was not in the Netherworld Holy Land, he would have attacked Yi Xian a long time ago. However, when everyone sensed Yi Xian's aura, they revealed astonished expressions one after another. After all, Yi Xian was only a Heaven's Ingress realm cultivator back then. Yet, he had actually broken through to the 2nd tribulation loose immortal realm now. Of course, Yi Xian used his bloodline to conceal his aura right now. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor and Ren Xiong could only sense his aura as a 2nd tribulation loose immortal. You must be Yi Xian. You sure are young and promising. As soon as Yi Xian landed, an amiable voice rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the person who came was a bald old monk. Based on the aura of his 3 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian could determine that he was the master of the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Buddha sovereign. Behind the bald old monk was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He was also a 3 tribulation loose immortal. He must be Taoist Ling Shao of the Buddhist holy land, as well as Fairy Lu Li's father. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian respectfully greeted them. Good, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Not bad. Taoist Ling Shao nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, compared to Caprice, he preferred Yi Xian whom he had met for the first time. However, this was not the time to talk about this matter. The rest of the people had also arrived, which was the last holy land, the Holy Land of Death. The Death Emperor flew over from the southwest with more than 10 people. All of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals with extraordinary strength. When he saw Yi Xian from afar, he could not help but snort coldly. Brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You can try. Yi Xian knew that the Death Emperor was talking to him, so he replied indifferently. His first disciple was killed by Caprice, and his second disciple was also killed by Caprice. However, Caprice had a background, while Yi Xian did not. Who else could he find trouble with? Well, everyone is finally here. Taoist Ling Shao looked around. The 8 supreme treasure maps had been gathered. Now, all that was left was for Taoist Ling Shao to use the 9 seeking formation to find the 9th supreme treasure map. Taoist Ling Shao, are you confident? Suddenly, the Death Emperor asked. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the world who knows how to use the 9 seeking formation, but this is my first time using it. I'm not 100% sure. Taoist Ling Shao shook his head. Chapter 1655. The formation has been set up. You all can find your own positions and hold the sky treasure map. The Buddhist Supreme said to everyone. Immediately, the experts who held the sky treasure map took it out. Yi Xian, you take this one. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly handed the sky treasure map that Yi Xian gave him before to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, he was just holding the sky treasure map first. Fairy Lu Li, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Xiong, and the Netherworld Emperor each had one, while old immortal Tianju and the Death Emperor each had 2. The Emperor of Death also gave the extra to the rogue immortals under his command and stood in the 9 seeking formation. In the center of the 9 search formation, Taoist Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. As for the others, they were all watching from the sky. "Everyone, if you are ready, I will begin," Taoist Ling Xiao said. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready. Taoist Ling Xiao looked around again, then quickly formed seals with both hands. The 9 search formation also began to operate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the 9 search formation, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Then, the sky treasure map in the hands of the 8 people began to tremble. However, this sky treasure map was extremely important. Everyone held it tightly, unwilling to let go. The sky treasure map in Yi Xian's hands suddenly rotated. Not only that, but the others also did the same. In the end, the 8 sky treasure maps all pointed to one direction. So, 8 sky treasure maps, all pointing to the south. "Is there any sacred ground there?" Willful asked in surprise. "It is my Xie sacred ground," Fairy Luli said. "So, the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xie sacred ground?" The Death Emperor frowned. One must know that one of the 2 sky treasure maps in his hand was given to him by Evil Buddha of the Xie sacred ground. He did not expect that there would be another one in the Xie sacred ground. It may not be in the Xie sacred ground. It may be further south. Let's fly to the south of the Xie sacred ground first. If it points to the north, then we can be sure that the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xie sacred ground, Taoist Ling Xiao said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This method could determine the location of the 9th heavenly treasure map. If it continued to point to the south, it would not be in the Evil Sun Holy Land. One had to know that the Holy Land Master of Xie Holy Land was Fairy Luli. If the 9th piece of the Sky-Split treasure map was in Xie Holy Land, wouldn't it be benefiting Fairy Luli for nothing? However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, even the Death Emperor did not dare to enter the small Saint Land. Because this place was divided into various camps, it was impossible to use the teleportation array to reach Xie Holy Land. They had to fly. The Death Emperor and the others didn't dare to enter the Evil Sun Holy Ground, so they could only take a detour. The journey this time took a total of 7 days. In addition to the previous 3 days, he had spent a total of 10 days. In the planting space, 300 days had passed, which was almost a year. Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline allowed her to reach the middle stage of the third tribulation Loose Immortal and almost reach the peak of the third tribulation Loose Immortal in 300 days. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he had the chance, he would quickly get rid of the people from Death Holy Land and Netherworld Holy Land. 7 days later, they arrived at the southern sea of Xie Holy Land. They created a floating island and Taoist Ling Xiao set up another search for 9 array. I hope it doesn't point to the north. The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor all had the same thought in their hearts. However, their prayers came true. This time, the 8 pieces of the Sky-Split treasure map all shifted and pointed to the south. South? What's going on? Everyone was at a loss. Xie Holy Land is the southernmost holy land. If we go further south, it would be in those continents. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Continents were also possible. Let's try going south for a few more days. The dozens of loose immortals went south again, but the search for 9 arrays still pointed to the south. Up ahead is the Immortal Fall Sea. Even a loose immortal would be in danger if he goes there. We can't fight in the sea, so entering the Immortal Fall Sea is a dead end. If the 9th piece of the Sky-Split treasure map is in the Immortal Fall Sea, it will be troublesome. Taoist Ling Xiao frowned. The Immortal Fall Sea was a dangerous place in the sea. Even Taoist Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the third tribulation Loose Immortal realm, did not dare to enter. After all, they could only defend and could not attack. If the 9th piece of the Sky-Split treasure map was in the Immortal Fall Sea, it would be impossible. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly found something wrong. He said, previously, we went straight to the south and never shifted our direction. However, in the search for 9 array yesterday, The angles of the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map seemed to be different from before. As soon as he said this, the others were immediately shocked. Angle deviation? That's nonsense. We have so many pairs of eyes watching. How did you discover it? A loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can set up the search for 9 array again and wait for a day. Yi Xian directly suggested. Yesterday's and today's directions were clearly off by 1 degree. It should be known that he could discover it because he had it. If that's the case, then this sky-split treasure map is moving? Taoist Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He said, but a day is nothing to us. Okay, then we'll wait for a day. Let's see if the directions are off. A day is nothing. We've waited for thousands of years. It's nothing. At this time, except for Yi Xian, who was only 28 years old, the others here were all old monsters. Even Wayward and Fairy Lu Li had lived for hundreds of years. In order to verify Yi Xian's words, everyone took out their weapons to be used as a reference when the time came. However, in less than half a day, the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map showed obvious changes. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was indeed moving. It's really changed. It's a little to the southwest. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed at Yi Xian's sharp eyes. Even Taoist Ling Xiao and the Buddhist Supreme, who were peak 3 tribulation loose immortals, did not discover it. Only Yi Xian did. Amazing! The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map is moving. That means that someone has it. Let's go and catch up. After the Emperor of Death finished speaking, he immediately put away the sky-split treasure map and then rushed to the south. Although the Immortal Fall Sea was further south, they did not have to enter it. They could try again outside the Immortal Fall Sea. After rushing for more than half a day, they tried again at the edge of the Immortal Fall Sea and found that the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map were still pointing to the Immortal Fall Sea. Chapter 1656. Everyone, the Immortal Fallen Sea is huge and very dangerous. There are countless heavenly thunders inside. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless immortal would not dare to be careless. Do you want to enter? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. Since we're already here, how can we not enter? The Netherworld Emperor snorted. That's right. If we can't find the passage to the immortal realm, we can only live for 1,000 years. Why don't we give it a try? The Death Emperor nodded. In that case, let's go in. Ren Xiong said to Headstrong, you 1 tribulation bodiless immortals shouldn't enter. It's too dangerous. I know. Headstrong nodded and then looked at Fairy Lu Li. She also had a sky-piercing treasure map. However, Fairy Lu Li gave her sky-piercing treasure map to Taoist Ling Xiao. As for old immortal Tianju, he also took out 2 sky-piercing treasure maps. He gave one to Yi Xian and the other to the Buddhist sect's sacred land. In the end, only 8 bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Fallen Sea. Taoist Ling Xiao also had to enter because he wanted to set up the 9 seeking formation. There were 4 from the Buddhist sect's sacred land, 2 from the Death Emperor's sacred land, 1 from the Netherworld sacred land, 1 from the Life sacred land, and 1 from Yi Xian. Among these people, except for the one from the Buddhist sect's sacred land who was a peak 2nd tribulation bodiless immortal, the rest were all 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were divided into groups of 3 or 6. Their chances of survival were very high. Yi Xian, take it easy, Headstrong said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His strength was at least in the top 3 among the 9 people. However, just in case, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the other 2. Wei Zhentian turned into a suit of armor and put it on Yi Xian. As for the old tree and the Ghost Dome Emperor, they guarded Yi Xian. How did this kid do it? The bald old man and the Ghost Dome Emperor are both 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. The Death Emperor narrowed his eyes. So did the others. Yi Xian was probably the most mysterious person in their group. Yi Xian finally understood why there were no 4 tribulation bodiless immortals in the sacred land. It was because of the restrictions of the heavens. Soon, the group entered the Sea of Immortal Fall. The Immortal Fallen Sea was a very mysterious peak. It looked like a sunny day, but there would occasionally be tribulation lightning. It was because there were a large number of sea beasts at the level of itinerant immortals. These tribulation lightning bolts were condensed from their tribulations. That was not the main point. The main point was that these sea beasts could attack in the sea, but humans could only defend, so it was very dangerous. At first, they didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary, but after walking for an hour, they encountered a small sea monster. This little sea beast was only at the early stage of one tribulation scattered immortal, so it posed no threat to them. Taoist Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Everyone turned to look and saw the surface of the sea in the distance begin to surge. A group of sea beasts broke through the waves and approached them. Be careful. Don't provoke them. Avoid them. Buddhist Supreme shouted. If they angered this group of sea beasts, they would persevere in their attacks, and there would be no way for them to escape. The sea beasts were all bodiless immortals. There were hundreds of them. When they saw Yi Xian and the others, some of them avoided them while some of them directly charged at them. The sea beasts were as intelligent as humans. They wanted a change of taste. Yi Xian and the others were good food. Yi Xian and the others could not attack, but they could release their auras to intimidate the sea beasts. Fortunately, they were only one tribulation bodiless immortals. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Soon, the sea beasts let go of Yi Xian and the others and left. Phew. Fortunately, our cultivation base is high enough to intimidate the sea beasts. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they continued to move forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not know if it was because of good luck. 9 search formation. Everyone set up a floating island and set up a 9 search formation. Then, they searched for the location of the 8 supreme treasure maps and finally found an island. No, this was not an island. It was a holy land. How is this possible? Isn't this? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the holy land in front of them. Everyone present knew that this was a holy land, but they did not expect to see it at this time. 7 Demons Holy Land. It's actually the 7 Demons Holy Land. Taoist Ling Xiao exclaimed. What is this? Yi Xian was very curious. He then transmitted his voice to Wayward. What? 7 Demons Holy Land? How is that possible? Wayward was also shocked. What's wrong with this 7 Demons Holy Land? Why isn't it on the map? Yi Xian asked. This was a holy land thousands of years ago, and it was the 5th great holy land. However, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from there, so we destroyed all the teleportation formations that led to the 7 Demons Holy Land. Soon after, the 7 Demons Holy Land disappeared. Wayward explained. Baleful aura was a very terrifying thing. There were a total of 7 types. The 7 Demons Holy Land actually erupted with baleful aura, which was very harmful to the other great holy lands. Therefore it was isolated. Later, the 4 great holy lands sent people to search for the 7 Demons Holy Land, but they did not find it. They did not expect it to appear in the immortal fallen sea. Everyone look. The 7 Demons Holy Land seems to be moving. A loud shout rang out. Everyone's eyes focused and found that the 7 Demons Holy Land was F** King moving. F** see, a holy land is moving. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly scanned with his eye of revelation. He found that there was a defensive formation around the 7 Demons Holy Land. Everyone approached in shock. According to Sun Jiuzhen's instructions, the last piece of the heaven-connecting treasure map should be in the 7 Demons Holy Land. Thousands of years ago, the overlord of the 7 Demons Holy Land, the 7 Demons sect, erupted with a terrifying baleful aura. The entire Holy Land fell into a state of chaos. Later, the heavenly Tao appeared to protect the Holy Land and surrounded it, not allowing any humans who were tainted by the baleful aura to leave. The Buddhist Supreme said slowly, "If we are not tainted by the baleful aura, we should be able to enter, right?" The Death Emperor said. The Buddhist Supreme put his hands together and nodded. Yes, but we don't know if there are other people in the 7 Demons Holy Land. Whether there were people or not had nothing to do with them. However, The 7 demons' holy land was a great holy land. That meant that there was only one Holy Lord token. He wondered where the Holy Leader token was. Chapter 1657. Although we don't know if anyone is still alive, we can't let our guard down. Taoist Ling Xiao reminded. We won't enter the 7 fiends' sacred ground to avoid being attacked by you guys. At this moment, the Death Emperor suddenly said, among the people who entered this time, they were clearly the weaker party. The 7 fiends' sacred ground was a large sacred ground. Once they entered, anyone could attack them. You have the sky-piercing treasure map in your hand. Are you afraid that we will attack you? Ren Xiong coldly snorted. The sky-piercing treasure map is indeed precious, but if we die, wouldn't the Death Sacred Ground and Nether Sacred Ground become yours? The Netherworld Emperor said. Then you guys better be careful and don't encounter any sea beasts. Ren Xiong coldly snorted. Then, they all entered the 7 fiends' sacred ground, leaving only one person outside to watch over the Netherworld Emperor and the others. Just now, the 7 fiends' sacred ground's array blocked out spiritual awareness, but after entering the sacred ground, everyone immediately used their spiritual awareness. As expected, there isn't a single person, not even a single living thing. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's split up and search and see if we can find anything. Taoist Ling Xiao suggested. Alright, everyone be careful. I feel that something is wrong with the 7 fiends' sacred ground. After Ren Xiong finished speaking, he directly left. Although they were strong, the 7 fiends' sacred ground was so big that they couldn't search it in a short period of time. Old Tree, the 3 of you go search and see if you can find anything. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio. All right. Old Tree responded and then left. The 7 fiends' sacred ground was lifeless. Not to mention a single living thing, there wasn't even a corpse. This made the others very surprised. However, after searching for half a day, their spiritual awareness finally found a living thing. It was a person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. These ruins were the ruins of the 7 fiends sect. And around this human who was sitting cross-legged, there were also clouds of black fog that seemed to be protecting him. Yi Xian, go to the central area. There is someone there. Ren Xiong transmitted his voice. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. About an hour later, he arrived. When he arrived, he saw that Ren Xiong, the Buddha, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were all there. Who is that person? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian clearly saw that the youth in the ruins of 7 fiends sect was actually a peak 3 tribulations scattered immortal. This person appeared in the ruins of 7 fiends sect. Other than him, there is no one else. It is truly strange, Taoist Ling Xiao said in astonishment. Just now, I tried to get close to him, but the 7 streams of black gas around this kid attacked me directly. The attack power was very strong, so I retreated. The Buddha flicked his tattered sleeves, looking a little helpless. Taoist Ling Xiao continued, we've already shouted countless times, but this kid didn't respond. I wonder where he came from. Yi Xian carefully observed the 7 balls of black qi and discovered that they were not ordinary. He said in a low voice, those 7 balls of black qi seem to be baleful qi. Yes, they should be baleful qi. This kid can actually control baleful qi. He should be someone from 7 fiends sect thousands of years ago. However, I don't know why he is the only one left in the entire 7 fiends sacred ground. The Buddha nodded. This aura makes me very uncomfortable. Why don't we join forces to destroy him? Ren Xiong suddenly said. He was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon and hated this kind of aura. If it was not for the others not agreeing, he would have already killed his way over. No, this person is very likely to be the master of 7 fiends sacred ground. The sky-piercing treasure map is probably on him. If we anger him, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to do anything to him. The Buddha immediately said. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire 7 fiends sacred ground, so he was very likely to be the master of the sacred ground. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map was also very likely on him. Then what should we do? Ren Xiong frowned. Let's see the situation first. The Buddha replied. This youth was a peak 3 tribulations scattered immortal. If he had the sacred leader token, he might be able to increase a realm. Although they were not weak, it would not be so easy to kill the youth who had the sacred leader token. On the contrary, they might suffer casualties. Of course, if Yi Xian and the others attacked with all their strength, this youth would definitely not be able to stop them. However, Yi Xian was afraid that he had the sky-piercing treasure map. Helplessly, everyone could only wait here quietly. This wait lasted for 3 days. Luo Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for several years and had already reached the peak of 3 tribulations scattered immortal. If she had cultivation resources to shorten the time needed to pass the tribulation, she might be able to pass the tribulation directly. 3 days later, the young man finally moved and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone, sorry for the long wait. The young man stood up and scanned the surroundings. You are? The Buddha immediately asked. 7 Fiends Sect's chief disciple, Bu Tsang. The youth replied. Then your 7 baleful auras are. The Buddha frowned and looked at the 7 baleful auras beside Bu Tsang. I have already refined all the baleful auras in the entire 7 Fiends sacred ground for my own use. Bu Tsang explained. Refined all the baleful auras? When everyone heard this, they found it hard to believe. When 7 Fiends Sect's baleful auras erupted, everyone was corroded and killed. Now, Bu Tsang said that he had refined all the baleful auras. This was not possible. Everyone looking at you, you should be here for the sky-piercing treasure map, right? Bu Tsang said and directly took out a sky-piercing treasure map from his interspatial ring. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing treasure map was finally complete. So you have already guessed it. Now we have 8 sky-piercing treasure maps. Only the one in your hand is missing. As long as we have it, we can find the passage to the immortal realm. The Buddha said to Bu Tsang, I have also heard about the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. It just so happens that I have refined all the baleful auras and can leave 7 Fiends sacred ground. In that case, let's go together. Bu Tsang stood up and put away the sky-piercing treasure map. That's good. The Buddha's supremacy grinned. They thought that they would have to fight to get the sky-piercing treasure map. Now it seemed that they were in luck. Bu Tsang's strength was probably not weaker than the Buddha and the other experts. After all, he was the chief disciple of 7 Fiends Sect thousands of years ago. Then, after thousands of years, he broke through and became a peak 3 tribulations scattered immortal. Bu Tsang's 7 baleful auras were so powerful without using the sacred leader token. If he used the sacred leader token, it was enough to fight a group of people. Chapter 1658. Supreme Buddha, who is he? After seeing Bu Tsang, the Emperor of Death could not help but ask. He is the master of the 7 Fiends sacred ground, Bu Tsang. The last piece of the sky-piercing treasure map is in his hands. Taoist Ling Xiao explained. A remnant of the 7 Fiends sect? The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes, but he did not say this because he felt that this Bu Tsang was not that simple. It was not good to be hostile to him. Don't worry so much. Now that the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map have been gathered, the next step is to piece together a complete map. Netherworld Emperor said. Yes, we have waited for thousands of years. Finally, this day has come. As long as we open the passage to the immortal world, everyone can ascend to the immortal world. As the Supreme Buddha spoke, he could not help but reveal a yearning expression. Everyone was the same. Who would want to stay in such a remote place? The immortal world, that was the world of immortals. Since the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had been gathered, then everyone took it out at the same time. All 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had appeared. There were restrictions in the sea, so everyone could not make a move here. They once again created a floating island, but this time Taoist Ling Xiao did not need to set up the 9 search formation. Come on. The Supreme Buddha took the lead and threw out the sky-piercing treasure map in his hand, and the others followed suit. The 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map attracted like magnets and finally merged into one. A large map appeared. On it there were only 5 locations. The Buddhist sacred ground, the life sacred ground, the death sacred ground, and the netherworld sacred ground. These 4 sacred grounds were in the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast directions. This sky-piercing treasure map connected these 4 sacred grounds with 2 straight lines and a focal point. Obviously, that focal point was the place they were looking for. This place, isn't it the 4 islands? Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and said in horror. Yes, in the middle of the 4 sacred grounds is the 4 islands. Could it be the passage to the immortal world? No, this is too coincidental. These 4 islands are very ordinary, there is no one on them. Could it be under the 4 islands? Everyone was guessing. No matter what, let's go take a look first. After the Supreme Buddha finished speaking, he directly opened the sky-piercing treasure map and divided it into 9 pieces and returned them to each party. Next, they continued to hurry on their way and arrive at the 4 islands. Then, everyone reassembled the sky-piercing treasure map. The 4 islands changed. All of a sudden, an array formation rose up from the center of the 4 islands, creating a hole in the 4 islands. What? There's actually a hidden array within the 4 islands? Who set it up? Even I, a peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal, was unable to discover it. Taoist Ling Xiao was utterly shocked. How could a 4th tribulation loose immortal appear in this place? The passageway to the immortal world is indeed in the sea. The Emperor of Death couldn't hold it in any longer. He led his men into the depths of the sea. But before that, the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were returned to each party because they felt that the sky-piercing treasure maps were not simply used to find the passage to the immortal world. Yi Xian went down with the Buddhist sect and Life's Sacred Land. If it were not for this passage, they would have been attacked by sea beasts. After traveling at full speed for an entire day, they finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Celestial Sea Palace. Everyone landed and looked at the stone tablet in front of them and the door. Look, there are 9 square holes on it. Someone reminded them. Obviously, the 9 square holes corresponded to the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. However, no one knew what would happen next. This Celestial Sea Palace is probably not the passage to the immortal world. There may be danger inside, so I think we should gather our people first, the Supreme Buddha suggested. Yes, there should be many people coming. Let's gather them. The Netherworld Emperor nodded. Then, they all notified the experts on their side and asked them to come to the 4 islands. 3 days later, there were more than 100 people gathered here. All of them were loose immortals, and almost all of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals. At the same time, Ren Ziwan, Wayward's grandfather and Ren Xiong's father, also came. He was the Sacred Land Master of Life's Sacred Land and had already handed the Sacred Lord token to his subordinates. In addition, Life's Sacred Sect's Sect Master Pang Ran and others were also present. There were more than 10 3 tribulation loose immortals. Everyone come, Taoist Ling Xiao said. At this time, he was holding Fairy Lu Li's sky-piercing treasure map. The others also chose a place and then threw the sky-piercing treasure map out and embedded it in the 9 squares. After the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were gathered, the door suddenly bloomed with a strange light. Then, everyone saw the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps being refined into a blue bead. What is this? Everyone was puzzled, but they all took the blue bead one after another. The Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, Old Immortal Tianju, Yi Xian, Netherworld Emperor, Butsong, and Ren Ziwan each had 1. As for the Emperor of Death, he had 2. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this blue bead would definitely be useful in the following journey. Before they could continue thinking, the door of the Immortal Sea Palace suddenly opened. Sure enough, this wasn't the passage to the immortal world. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Everyone looked inside, but they didn't see any other creatures. This feeling reminded Yi Xian of the Deep Sea Palace when he went to the Bloodstone continent. The Emperor of Death was a little impatient and directly sent an undead puppet in, but there was no danger. The space inside is very stable. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the Life Sacred Sex group. The 2 factions had more or less the same number of people. If a fight broke out, no one would have an advantage. Emperor of Death, do you want to fight first? Taoist Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that we have found clues to the passage to the immortal world, Let's put aside our grudges for the time being. The Netherworld Emperor said and inadvertently glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed the Netherworld Emperor's son and the successor of the Emperor of Death. This enmity naturally wouldn't be resolved so easily. If that's the case, then let's decide who comes first. Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly said. Let's go first. There may be opportunities and dangers. What do you think? The Buddhist Supreme followed. Okay, let's go first. The Emperor of Death's eyes lit up and immediately led his people into the immortal Sea Palace. Chapter 1659. This Butsong, although we know his background, he's very mysterious. Now that he's with the people from the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Taoist Ling Xiao looked at the backs of the Death Emperor and the others and murmured. Indeed. Let's let them explore the way first. We'll go in half a day later. The Buddhist Supreme suggested. Anyway, they were here for the passage to the immortal world. Even if there were opportunities in the Divine Sea Palace, they could give up. Roughly half a day later, everyone was ready to enter the Celestial Sea Palace. There are so many of us together, and there are several third tribulation scattered immortals. Even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Everyone thought at the same time, and then entered the Celestial Sea Palace together. At this time, the 5 blue beads were respectively held by the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, Ren Ziyuan, Old Immortal Tianju, and Yi Xian. They felt that these 5 blue beads would definitely be useful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was too mysterious, everyone was very careful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was full of seawater, they were afraid of sea monsters. However, this worry was superfluous. The moment they entered the Divine Sea Palace, Yi Xian had already asked Old Tree and the others to explore. Old Tree was the fastest and took the lead, but he didn't find any danger. The Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsong, these 3 are very fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When they entered the Divine Sea Palace, he had already marked them with the Death Hunt command. At this time, he saw that they were very fast, so he guessed that they didn't encounter any danger. However, when they were in the middle area, he saw that they stopped for a while. He didn't know what happened, but if there was danger, it should be near that area. Therefore, he asked Old Tree to go and take a look quickly. Ding, embers of thunder fire died. Ding, embers of thunder fire revived. 2 system notifications sounded out, causing Yi Xian to frown as he was on his way. Old Tree, why did he suddenly die? Old Tree, what happened? Yi Xian quickly asked. I'm not sure. I just crossed a line and then died. However, I saw some bloodstains near that line. The Old Tree appeared beside Yi Xian again and explained. Line? When Caprice and the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Emperor of Death and the others suffered casualties? That should be it. Old Tree nodded. Then, they hurried on and finally saw the line mentioned by the Old Tree. In order to let them see clearly, the Old Tree personally tested it again. After he used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash to cross that line, everyone saw the Old Tree's body directly explode. Ding! Ashen Thunder Fire has died. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has been revived. The Old Tree once again appeared in front of everyone. We can't see anything strange about this line. The Buddha shook his head. The moment I crossed it, I felt a huge pressure. My body was squeezed until it exploded, the Old Tree replied. That's right. The strange thing isn't that line, but the water behind it, Yi Xian nodded. Could it be that we have to use that blue bead? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. We might need to use it. Ren Ziyuan nodded and then his gaze fell on the Old Tree. At that moment, Yi Xian gave the blue bead in his hand to the Old Tree. Then he let the Old Tree try again. This time, when the Old Tree crossed the line, nothing happened. Instead, a blue light barrier appeared around his body. Sure enough, he needed to use that blue bead. Sure enough, he needs to use that. However, can one bead only protect one person? Caprice asked in surprise. Probably not. Let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor try as well. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor crossed the line together. The 2 of them were together, but nothing happened. Then Yixian asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to move away from the old tree. Sure enough, after he moved away, he heard 2 system notifications. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was resurrected beside Yixian. This time, they tested the distance of the blue bead, but they didn't test the number of people. To be on the safe side, they tested it again and found that a blue bead could only protect 5 people. The 6th person would be squeezed out and then his body would explode. Fortunately, the 6th person was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, so everyone was fine. The Emperor of Death's side only has 4 blue beads. At most, they can protect 20 people. It seems that they will lose at least 30 people this time. Taoist Ling Xiao said. This line wasn't easy to find. The old tree only found it by chance. Along the way, Yixian didn't find anyone else, so there was only one path. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's side would probably suffer heavy casualties. At most, 20 people would survive. But here came the problem. They had more than 50 people. Even if they had 5 blue beads, they could only protect 25 people at most. It seems that some of us will have to leave. Taoist Ling Xiao sighed. Not necessarily. We can catch up with the Emperor of Death's group and snatch the blue beads from them. Ren Ziyuan's eyes flashed as he sneered. The Emperor of Death's side obviously entered the danger zone without any preparation. Therefore, they might have less than 20 people. After all, Bucong was a little cold. Although he walked with the Emperor of Death's group, no one dared to approach him. He had wasted 4 people with the blue beads in his hand. Perhaps, we don't have to go through so much trouble. Yixian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wayward's eyes lit up. You have an independent space. As long as we hide the others, we can all enter. At that moment, they directly selected 20 people. These people would be protected by the blue beads. As for the others, they would enter Yixian's space. If the Emperor of Death's group knew about this, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They weren't prepared before, so some of them were squeezed out of the blue bead's effective range and exploded. But now, Yixian's side actually passed through without any casualties. It was simply a miracle. The rest of the journey was also ordinary. The Emperor of Death's side also stopped and waited for Yixian. They stopped. It seems that they have encountered some kind of obstacle and are waiting for us. Or perhaps they have encountered some kind of problem. Yixian narrowed his eyes. After reminding everyone, they continued on their way. Soon, they saw the Emperor of Death's group. They counted carefully. Apart from the Emperor of Death, the Netherworld Emperor, and Bucong, there were only 9 people. Chapter 1660. Originally, as long as the 4 blue pearls were used properly, they could protect 20 people. However, the Emperor of Death's people were very far away, and no one dared to approach Bucong. Damn it! The Emperor of Death cursed in his heart. They had only seen that warning line later. After those people passed through, there was no problem at first, but later on, they all exploded and died. Otherwise, their injuries wouldn't be so serious. If they fought now, they would most likely be wiped out. TSK Tisk, that's 12 people. Ren Ziyuan and the others' eyes lit up. However, now was not the time to fight because they all needed the blue pearls to protect them. How could they fight? Moreover, even if the Emperor of Death's side had fewer people, if they fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. Forget it. You're finally here. Hand over the blue pearls and open the door. The Emperor of Death reminded them. At this time, a large door appeared in front of them. There were 9 holes on the door for the blue pearls. Because everyone needed the blue pearls to protect them, they split into groups and stood next to the holes. Then they put the blue pearls in. Boom! The door opened. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Behind the door was a world. How was this possible? Such abundant yuan qi, at least 10 times that of my life's sacred land. What is this place? Ren Xiong said in surprise. Could it be that this immortal sea palace is the passage to the immortal world, and we've already arrived at the immortal world? Taoist Ling Xiao was also confused. There was no more water behind the door, but there was a formation that prevented them from passing. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, a person suddenly flashed in from outside the door. His aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone. A peak third tribulation scattered immortal. No, a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Everyone immediately reacted. This person's aura was stronger than everyone present. He was actually a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. How many years has it been? Finally, someone found this place. The person who came was a young expert. He looked around and sighed. Fellow Taoist, is this the immortal world? The Buddhist Supreme asked curiously. Immortal world? The young man smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? This is just a space opened by immortals. It's called the immortal world. Immortal world? Immortal? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This isn't the immortal world. There's an immortal ascension platform in the depths of this small immortal world. That's the real passageway to the immortal world. However, this immortal ascension platform has been sealed off by the immortal world. That's why everyone can't ascend to the immortal world, the young man explained. I see. At this moment, everyone understood. Many people revealed helpless expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to find this place. They originally thought that they could ascend to the immortal world, but they didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. However, if it was impossible to ascend to the immortal realm, how did an immortal create a lesser immortal realm? The young man saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained. To be precise, this small immortal realm was created by 3 immortals. These 3 immortals came to this mortal world countless years ago and selected some people from various holy lands. After countless years of reproduction, this small immortal realm finally appeared. There are actually 3 true immortals. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They were real immortals. Even if they were only grade 1 immortals, they were still stronger than grade 3 immortals. If they were grade 3 immortals, they would be stronger than grade 9 immortals. Then why is the passageway to the immortal realm closed? Taoist Ling Xiao asked curiously. This I don't know. I'm afraid that only those 3 immortals. The young man shook his head and continued, let's not talk about this. Next, you can enter the small immortal realm to cultivate, but once you enter, you won't be able to return in the future. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to, you can follow me back. As long as you gather the 9 pieces of the Sky Split treasure map, you can enter again. Only allowed to enter, not leave? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The Emperor of Death's people were a little hesitant because they thought that this was the immortal realm. They didn't expect it to be a fake one. In the sacred land of death, the Emperor of Death could be called a king, but in this small immortal realm, he was probably at the bottom. However, the people of the life sacred land weren't worried because Yi Xian had left an entrance to a cultivation space in the life sacred land. They could return at any time. However, Yi Xian probably couldn't make it, but he didn't care. That clone was left to protect his life. You must have come in batches. If you put the 9 water avoidance pearls together, it'll be enough to protect hundreds of people. The young man suddenly grinned. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor of Death and the others changed. However, what was done was done. What was the use of regret? All right, think about it, said the young man. Milord, we choose to all enter the small immortal realm, said Taoist Ling Xiao. As for the Emperor of Death's people, they all nodded after a moment of thought. In that case, you can all enter. After saying this, the young man opened the formation and let them pass. Then he led them to a mountain peak. You all wait here. I'm going to the outside world. No matter what grudges you have, wait until I return. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then he reminded them, you're in luck. My immortal destiny sect's ancestor once set a rule. Anyone who obtains a Sky Split treasure map and enters the small immortal realm can join the Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Destiny sect. When they heard this sect, they all revealed confused expressions. What level was this Immortal Destiny sect? The Immortal Destiny sect is a sect established by 3 immortals. It's also the strongest sect in the small immortal realm. They value fate. Since you're able to enter, it's fate. You all have the qualifications to join the Immortal Destiny sect, said the young man. The strongest sect in the small immortal realm? When they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. The Emperor of Death plucked up his courage and asked, "What level of immortal are the 3 immortal patriarchs of the Immortal Destiny sect?" "I don't know the details. However, they're at least level 5 immortals. In the small immortal realm, they're already invincible," answered the young man. If they were to convert, a 3 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 1 immortal, a 6 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 2 immortal, and a 9 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 3 immortal. Level 5 immortals were already beyond the range of loose immortals. In the small immortal realm, they were indeed invincible. After all, there were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. In that case, the strength of the Immortal Destiny sect was beyond their imagination. Chapter 1661. After speaking, the youth left. He was going to the outside world to split the sky-piercing treasure map into 9 pieces and wait for the next batch of fated people. Because of the youth's words, the 2 sides did not dare to leave, let alone attack. The Life Saints sect had 20 people. They could have carried 25 people, but because it was safe, only 20 came. They did not expect to have such an opportunity. What a loss. However, this was a big secret for Yi Xian, so they did not dare to let him out. They would wait until everyone joined the Immortal Destiny sect. However, there was no news of the youth after he left. Yi Xian's group of 32 people stayed on the mountain peak for 3 days. On the 4th day, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. "Look over there." A loose immortal from the Buddhist sect's Holy Land reminded. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that a large object was moving towards them. What the hell was that? Everyone's heart sank because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Yi Xian was a little shocked when he saw it. Why did this thing look a little like a warship? Before they could react, 3 people suddenly jumped out of the warship, took out their weapons, and attacked them. They did not come with good intentions. Everyone subconsciously thought of this point and immediately raised 120% of their spirit. Because the newcomers were actually 3-4 tribulation loose immortals. "What are you doing?" Taoist Ling Xiao shouted. "Didn't you see the pattern on our flying boat? We are the Exploding Flame Bandits, a group of hotheads." The leader, a middle-aged man, coldly snorted and said, "If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured, lest we attack. Our Exploding Flame Bandits has just been established. We are recruiting people, and those who join will be spared from death," someone on the side reminded. "Flying boat bandits?" Everyone gulped. Their luck was really bad, encountering such a thing as soon as they entered. "You 3, we are waiting for a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect," the Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. Immortal Destiny sect? When the 3 heard this, they could not help but look at each other, then burst out laughing at the same time. "Immortal Destiny sect, are you kidding me? How could trash like you know a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect?" The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and said, "Looks like you don't know how to appreciate favors. Second brother, third brother." As soon as they finished speaking, the 3-4 tribulation loose celestials rushed toward each other. "Not good, let's go." Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the other party would not believe that they were related to the Immortal Destiny sect. This was going to be troublesome. Even though they have several 3rd tribulation loose immortals on their side, the enemy is 3/4 tribulation loose immortals. They cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian scanned the airship with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were a large number of itinerant immortals in the airship. Oh no, there are at least 10 4th tribulation loose immortals and 5th tribulation loose immortals in that flying boat. Yi Xian could not help but shout. Hearing this, everyone trembled violently. 10 4th rank loose immortals and 5 tribulation loose immortals, how were they supposed to fight? The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor looked at each other and made a decision. "We're in." "I'm in too." The 2 of them shouted in unison. However, Butsong, who was nearby, quickly turned around and left. He was so fast that even the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals were stunned. "Very good, it's time for you to make a contribution." The middle-aged man in the lead grinned. The people from the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor immediately rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Damn it! Taoist Ling Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. However, they had a plan, which was to temporarily join the exploding flame bandits. We're in two. They had no choice but to shout in unison. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to join them. I, Yi Xian, don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Farewell. Yi Xian shouted angrily. Then he used the Eye of the Void and entered the portal. In the small celestial realm, the Eye of the Void was useless. However, the Eye of the Void was at the celestial level, so it was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Swoosh. The portal closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. To be able to leave the small celestial realm, this kid is quite capable. Where did he go? Asked the middle-aged man in the lead. My lord, we don't know. We're not familiar with him. We just ran into him on the way, Taoist Ling Xiao immediately said. This was what Yi Xian had asked him to say before he left. He wanted the Life Emperor and the Supreme Buddha Emperor to sever all ties with him. If it was just a 4-tribulation loose immortal, then Yi Xian would be able to fight. However, after using the Eye of Insight to observe for a moment, he discovered that not only was there a 5-tribulation loose immortal overseeing the flying ship, this flying ship was also not so easy to deal with. There was a powerful weapon on the airship. If the exploding flame bandits wanted to kill them, they could just activate the weapon and blast them to smithereens. Therefore Yi Xian could only leave. He had already returned to the entrance of the small celestial realm. Although this place was very close to the scene of the incident, at least he would not be discovered by those people. Damn it, something like this happened as soon as we entered. Let's retreat. Wei Zhentian, wait here for that immortal destiny sect disciple. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and left in the opposite direction. What he feared the most was that the Death Emperor and the Underworld Emperor would reveal everything about him. He just didn't know when that immortal destiny sect disciple would return. A year was nothing to a 1,000-year-old monster like him. Yi Xian was afraid that the immortal destiny sect disciple would only return after a month or two. Fortunately, Yi Xian had left a death warrant on Ren Xiong and Taoist Ling Xiao. As for the other three, they were on the Death Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and Butsong. That Butsong is quite capable. He actually managed to escape. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he sensed that the target of the death warrant was getting farther and farther away. As for the others, they were probably caught and thrown into the airship and left at an extremely fast speed. That airship is really too tough. Even if all of us attack together, it would be difficult to break a hole in it, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Wayward suddenly asked in the planted space, Yi Xian, what happened? After entering the small celestial realm, we encountered a group of bandits. Your father, grandfather, and the others were caught and became bandits. Yi Xian said helplessly. Damn, so unlucky. Wayward couldn't help but curse. Then what should we do? I'll follow and take a look, Yi Xian said. However, that airship was probably 10 times faster than him. It wouldn't be that easy to follow. Chapter 1662. It's been there for half a day? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered the location and continued to chase after it. He was following the death hunt command, but at this time, the flying ship had been in the same position for more than half a day and had not moved. He did not know what it was doing. However, it took Yi Xian more than 2 days to get there. He was very close to the targets of the death hunt command. So it's Bandit Mountain. The airship is still there. Yi Xian scanned the Bandit Mountain with his eye of revelation. He found that most of the people there were bodiless immortals. Some of them were even undergoing tribulation. However, the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were controlled together. As for the people on the side of the Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor, they were successfully integrated into the bandit group. Birds of a feather flock together. The exploding flame bandits have just been established. There's a 5th tribulation bodiless immortal in the airship and another in the Bandit Mountain. There are 24th tribulation bodiless immortals and close to 103rd tribulation bodiless immortals. Yi Xian thought to himself. An ordinary person would have been scared to death. However, this was an opportunity for Yi Xian. He was only an early third tribulation bodiless immortal. Other than Luo Luo, who was a peak third tribulation bodiless immortal, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were about the same. Therefore, if he could rob the exploding flame bandits, he would definitely be able to break through. However, the airship had not left yet. The exploding flame bandits were too powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait. After waiting here for half a day, the flying ship finally moved. The exploding flame bandits took turns to patrol. They would capture anyone they saw and kill anyone who did not agree to join them. This time, those who stayed in the Bandit Mountain were the ones that Yi Xian had met before. However, the Emperor of Death and the others had left in the airship. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. An hour after the flying boat left, he finally made his move. There were many bandits on this Bandit Mountain, so Yi Xian used a controlling method. Using the Eye of the Soul, he could control at least 50 rogue immortals of the same level. At the same level, he was at the early stage of the Third Tribulation's scattered immortal. As for Luoluo, because she was reborn as a demon, she no longer knew how to charm people. The reason why Yi Xian didn't use his Eye of Soul earlier was because he couldn't control the 3/4 Tribulation loose immortals when they came out of the flying boat. The difference between a 3 Tribulation loose immortal and a 4 Tribulation loose immortal was not 1 stage, but 3. The Old Tree was the fastest. He took the lead and rushed in. Along the way, he dealt with a few 1st and 2nd Tribulation loose immortals. I'm afraid this battle won't be that easy. I might as well use that devouring point. With that in mind, Yi Xian added the devouring points he had obtained to the immortal slaying bloodline's Mark of Slaughter. However, the effect of this devouring point was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The Mark of Slaughter, which could be used 3 times a day, couldn't be used consecutively. In other words, he couldn't use the immortal slaying breath strike 3 times at once. However, he could use it after leveling up once. Come on. Yi Xian raised his brows and directly used the slaughter seal. Moreover, he used it 3 times in a row. 2 marks of slaughter could summon an immortal slaying puppet. Come out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a sage-like old man appeared beside him. This old man carried a long sword on his back. An immortal slaying puppet. This immortal slaying puppet was 1 stage higher than Yi Xian. It was a mid-stage 3rd Tribulation loose immortal and had leveled up once because of the Mark of Slaughter. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the immortal slaying puppet. The immortal slaying puppet instantly shot out at a speed no slower than the Old Tree. After consuming 2 marks of slaughter, the immortal slaying puppet's strength was not to be underestimated. It was no weaker than the Old Tree. In an instant, there were countless corpses at the foot of Bandit Mountain. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, the immortal slaying puppet, and the peak 3rd Tribulation loose immortal Luo Luo all charged in. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian still had a Mark of Slaughter on him. As long as he killed, he could form another Mark of Slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, the 2nd Mark of Slaughter was formed. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could summon another immortal slaying puppet. However, Yi Xian kept the 2 marks of slaughter. If he could form 3 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying breath slash. If he could form 4 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slashing arrow. If he was lucky enough to get 5 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying sword formation. There were many people in Bandit Mountain. There were at least 500 of them. If he killed all of them, he could get at least 4 marks of slaughter. However, it was not easy. A strong enemy is coming. Then all the 4th Tribulation loose immortals moved out. After all, no one below the 4th Tribulation loose immortal realm could withstand Luo Luo's punch. At this time, Yi Xian had already controlled many bandits and was ready to kill a few 4th Tribulation loose immortals. It's you. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals. Good, let's get rid of them first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gave the order. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian all moved out and used their trump cards. Luo Luo transformed into the heavenly loathing fox. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Sword Blade Storm. Undying Fighting Soul. Heavenly Flame Right. Under all kinds of big moves, the 3 of them had to resist with all their strength. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the others could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the 3 of them were killed. The 3 of them were only early 4th tribulation loose immortals. There was not much difference in their cultivation levels. After the 3 of them died, they gave Yi Xian a lot of killing intent. In addition to the immortal slaying puppets and the people controlled by Yi Xian condensed the 3rd slaughter mark. At this time, Yi Xian could choose to increase his combat strength by 3 times or use the immortal slaying breath strike. However, there was still a 5th tribulation loose immortal in Bandit Mountain. Therefore, he felt that he should wait. After all, as long as the system determined that he was in a battle, the slaughter mark would not disappear. Chapter 1663. Who is being impudent? Finally, an aged voice drowned out all the sounds of battle and entered Yi Xian's ears. The main character had finally appeared. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a burly man flying out of Bandit Mountain. This aura was indeed that of a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. This person was none other than the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial that Yi Xian had seen in the swift boat earlier. However, Yi Xian had already obtained a large number of interspatial rings. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding. Embers of Thunder Fire made a breakthrough. He is now at the middle stage of 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. A series of system notifications rang out. The strength of Yi Xian and the others immediately soared. Because of the difference in their realms, Yi Xian couldn't figure out the strength of this burly man. Was he an early 5th tribulation loose immortal or a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal? If it was an early stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be able to deal with it. However, if it was a peak stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gap between them would be huge. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, you guys deal with him. Yi Xian immediately said. These 3 people could be resurrected indefinitely, so Yi Xian was very assured. As for the immortal slaying puppet and Luo Luo, as well as the bandits controlled by Yi Xian, they continued to reap the lives of others. Luo Luo, who had transformed into her true form as a sky-loathed fox, was extremely powerful. Although she was only a peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal, she could manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth elemental chi to strengthen her attacks. Heavenly Flame Right. 1 fireball after another smashes down from the sky. This power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th tribulation loose immortal. You actually dare to cause trouble for my exploding flame bandits? You're courting death. The brawny man was also enraged and attacked with all his might. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone Old Tree and the other 2. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Blade Storm. Even though Yi Xian doesn't think this kind of attack can kill this 5th tribulation loose immortal, but it can at least stall for some time before leaving. At this moment, Yi Xian was approaching Taoist Ling Xiao. Eye of Assassination. After reaching a certain distance, Yi Xian arrived in front of Taoist Ling Xiao in a flash. Yi Xian? Taoist Ling Xiao and the others were very surprised. They had been tricked by the Death Emperor, so they were controlled by the bandits. Let's not talk about that for now. Come in first. Without another word, Yi Xian directly put Taoist Ling Xiao, Supreme Buddha, Ren Ziyuan, and the others into the planting space. Then he broke through the void and came to Luolua's side. At this moment, Bandit Mountain was already littered with corpses. No, there were countless walking corpses. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor, a middle-stage third tribulation loose immortal, directly revived those who were weaker than him and joined the battle. From the beginning, they had the upper hand. And when Yi Xian went to rescue her, Luo Luo actually killed a fourth tribulation middle-stage expert by herself. That was too terrifying. After all, she was fighting 1 against 3. It's about time. Just a little more and it will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he joined Luoluo's battle. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could increase his combat power by 3 times at any time. But what he wanted was 4 slaughter seals. Soon, the bandits in Bandit Mountain either ran away or were killed and turned into Ghost Dome Grand Emperor's battle corpses. Then Yi Xian and the others' cultivation level increased again, reaching the peak of Third Tribulation Loose Immortal. At this moment, there were not many enemies left in Bandit Mountain. As for the Fifth Tribulation Loose Immortal, he was also held back by Old Tree and the others. He could not be killed, nor could he escape. It was too miserable. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this moment, a system notification sounded suddenly. Finally, there were 4 slaughter seals. I don't care if you're a 5th tribulation loose immortal at the early stage or peak stage. That Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used 4 slaughter seals to condense a celestial eliminating arrow. The target of the celestial eliminating arrow was the target of the death hunting order, which was the burly man. In an instant, the celestial eliminating arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was so fast that the burly man was shocked. Oh no! The burly man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, this celestial eliminating arrow was no small matter. It was a tracking arrow, and this time, Yi Xian was aiming at the burly man's head. If it did not hit the target, the celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear. In addition, the celestial eliminating arrow was condensed by Yi Xian after his breakthrough. Its power was not that simple. The celestial eliminating arrow was very fast, but the first time, it pierced the burly man's afterimage. Originally, the burly man could not do anything to Old Tree and the others. Now, with the addition of the celestial eliminating arrow, it was even more difficult. Not only that, but the immortal slaying puppet, Luo Luo, and dozens of experts also came to help. At this moment, the burly man was like a turtle in a jar. Even if he had wings, he could not escape. Damn it, if the flying boat was here, I would kill you with 1 blow. The burly man cursed angrily in his heart. This explosive flame bandits was built by him single-handedly. The flying boat was also built by him personally. It was a pseudo-immortal artifact with extremely strong attack power. It was a pity that the flying boat had gone out to travel. Soon, the burly man became very passive under the besiegement of the crowd. At this moment, the celestial eliminating arrow suddenly whistled over. In desperation, the burly man could only raise his hand to block. The celestial eliminating arrow easily pierced through the burly man's arm and then into his head. Fortunately, the burly man's physique was relatively strong. The celestial eliminating arrow only pierced less than half a finger into his head. The celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear until it hit the target. Because the burly man's physique was strong, this blow did not kill the burly man. However, Yi Xian's lips slightly curled up. Celestial eliminating arrow, explode. Bang. This celestial eliminating arrow that almost killed the burly man suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the slaughter seal's advancement. Although the power was not strong, it still made the burly man dizzy. This also bought time for the others. Immortal Slaying Sword Technique. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Sword Blade Storm. Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Soul Hooking Claw. Void Flame Sword Wave. The attacks of the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, the Immortal Slaying Puppet, and Yi Xian all landed on the burly man. In an instant, the burly man was directly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over and took the burly man's interspatial ring. Yi Xian did not know the identity of the burly man, but as one of the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials of the explosive flame bandits, he must be very rich. If these things were given to Yi Xian just now, it would be enough for him to break through twice. However, Yi Xian was currently at the peak of the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, so it was not enough for him to shorten the time to break through to 0. He still had about 50 years. Chapter 1664. Now that I'm in the lesser immortal realm, I don't have the sacred leader token and can't merge with my clone. It won't be that easy to increase my chances of passing the tribulation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and exchanged for some supreme-grade glass, cultivating his vitreous treasure body to the 9th stage. His chances of passing the tribulation had reached 90%. He estimated that as long as he could devour as much as he could, he would have a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Now that the burly man was dead, Yi Xian had taken over the entire bandit mountain. As for the 50 itinerant immortals, Yi Xian had thrown them all into the plant dimension. The plant dimension was his domain. Even if a 5th tribulation cultivator entered, Yi Xian could kill them with a thought. As long as I kill everyone in that airship, I'll be able to pass the tribulation, Yi Xian thought to himself. Luo Luo had been stuck at peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal for a long time. As long as Yi Xian broke through, she could continue cultivating. Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the airship. On the flying boat, there was also the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor. These 2 people had been ordered by Yi Xian to die. However, the airship was very fast. Even Yi Xian, who had broken through to peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal, couldn't move as fast as a 5th of it. Fortunately, Yi Xian had obtained the airship's route from the burly man's interspatial ring after he'd slaughtered the exploding flame bandits. Thus, he simply circled to the front of the airship and waited quietly. As expected, the airship rapidly approached Yi Xian a day later. "All right, come out the bait." Yi Xian released a portion of the 50 people he'd controlled and changed his appearance to blend into the crowd. Then, he watched helplessly as the flying boat approached. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The airship tore through the air and stopped in front of the group of people. Gotcha! The cabin door of the flying boat suddenly opened, and several people came out from inside. The one in the lead was an old man. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" The old man clearly recognized the people controlled by Yi Xian and asked curiously, "My lord, this is bad. Our territory has been taken over by a powerhouse. Our leader has fallen." A peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal replied. "What? Our leader has fallen?" The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, "You, come in." He didn't hesitate and led Yi Xian and the others into the airship. Yi Xian had fallen into the tiger's den. Inside the airship, the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Great Emperor were already on good terms with the group of bandits. This time, they had made a lot of contributions. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the airship, he immediately activated Eye of Soul, S-Soul. Controls successful control. Successest controllus. A few system notifications sounded out in succession. The Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor were directly controlled by Yi Xian. The hatred in their hearts instantly vanished. What happened? He is. Second leader, this is bad. Something has happened to our home, the old man said anxiously. What happened? The second leader asked in surprise. Then, the representative controlled by Yi Xian immediately described the situation. Of course, this was a made-up story. A mysterious powerhouse killed our big brother after dozens of rounds of battle? The second leader's eyes flashed. His big brother was a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, 1 realm higher than him. However, such a powerhouse was killed within 100 rounds of battle. His opponent was at least a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, or even a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, he was the one controlling the airship now. If he drove it back, he could seriously injure a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal with his full strength. "Bastard, I'll kill you!" The second leader was furious. He immediately drove the airship back to his home at full speed. During this time, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control to control more than 20 people. Although he only had 50 people, more than 20 people were trapped in the planting space, so he could continue to control them. Now, these 50 people were all on the airship, and 15 of them were Third Tribulation itinerant immortals. In addition, the explosive flame bandits had 7 Fourth Tribulation itinerant immortals and the second leader, a Fifth Tribulation itinerant immortal. Now that the slaughter seal has leveled up, I can use it 3 times in a row, which allows me to use the immortal slaying breath strike instantly. However, it's better to use the slaughter mode directly to increase my strength by 3 times, and then use the unicorn descent to trample him to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the power of the unicorn descent after its strength was increased by 3 times was too strong. He was afraid that it would damage the airship. It seemed that he had to play some tricks. The airship had not flown for long when it suddenly made a cracking sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look and found that the cabin door of the airship was suddenly opened. Then, someone directly attacked and killed the bandits around. What's going on? Everyone was very puzzled, but before they could react, these murderers had already rushed out. B***stars, catch them. Immediately, some Fourth Tribulation itinerant immortals chased after them, but what awaited them were the old tree, the ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Every Fourth Tribulation itinerant immortal was killed. At the same time, many people rushed out, and the entire airship was suddenly empty. When the second leader who was driving the airship heard the commotion, he could not help but stop and rush out. There was a restriction on the airship, and only he and the first leader knew how to collect it. However, the moment he left the airship suddenly disappeared. What? The second leader was shocked. Before he could react, he was greeted by the unicorn descent. Before that, Yi Xian had used the slaughter seal 3 times and used it all to increase his strength. 3 times. The unicorn descent. Boom. With just 1 kick, the second leader was seriously injured by the unicorn descent. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. At this time, the unicorn descent's second kick landed. Bam! The second kick landed on the second leader and killed him directly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian launched the third unicorn descent. This time, the target was 2 Fourth Tribulation itinerant immortals standing together. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, there were only 5 experts left in the explosive flame bandits. Soon, under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, they were all killed. This time, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, and most importantly, the airship. However, the airship was not important for the time being. There were more important things to do next. Ding! The host's success rate is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? Chapter 1665. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Luo Luo also flew far away and underwent tribulation at the same time. 4 consecutive crossings. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has passed the third tribulation of itinerant celestial. The host is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Luo Luo has passed the third tribulation of the scattered celestial tribulation. She is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has passed the third tribulation of scattered immortal tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation scattered immortal tribulation. Ding! Ghost Dome Grand Emperor has passed the third tribulation of the scattered celestial realm. He is currently at the early stage of the fourth tribulation scattered celestial realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now in early stage 4 tribulation scattered celestial. In addition, the unicorn descent that he had just used had also been restored after devouring so many corpses. The bandits controlled by Yi Xian were all dumbfounded. Even if they were released now, they probably wouldn't dare to betray Yi Xian. When he was a peak 3 tribulation loose celestial, He had already killed a 5 tribulation loose celestial. Now that he had broken through to a 4 tribulation loose celestial, his strength had improved qualitatively. Then, Yi Xian took out the flying ship and went in to check. The energy source of the flying boat was rather complicated. It was just throwing natural treasures into the incinerator. At this moment, the energy in the flying boat was estimated to be enough for the flying boat to launch 3 full-powered attacks. However, he did not know how powerful the flying boat was. Now that he had saved the person and dealt with the exploding flame bandits, all that was left was to wait for the Immortal Destiny Sect disciple to return. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the entrance of the outside world, but the door was still closed. Previously, when I summoned Wei Zhentian to battle, I wonder if that Immortal Destiny Sect disciple has returned or is wandering around the outside world. Yi Xian felt a bit of a headache, so he sent his second clone to roam around the various sacred grounds to see if he could find that Immortal Destiny Sect disciple. With his current strength as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. Simply put, the 4 great holy lands in the outside world were all under his control. He was the master of the outside world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find that Immortal Destiny Sect disciple. It seemed that the other party had returned while he was fighting with the exploding flame bandits. When he saw them leave, he also left. My luck is really bad. It wasn't easy to find the Heavenspan treasure map. I thought it would lead to the immortal world, but it turned out to be a small immortal world. Originally, I could have joined the most powerful Immortal Destiny Sect, but I encountered bandits. Although I managed to escape, I also lost my chance. Willful said helplessly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our luck is indeed bad, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. As long as we can get to the Immortal Destiny Sect, we might still be able to join, Yi Xian said. That's right, but we still don't know the location of the Immortal Destiny Sect. Taoist Ling Xiao said. There's no need to rush. Seniors, you can cultivate in my space for now. You can also go back and take a look at any time. I'll be in charge of the journey, Yi Xian said. Thank you. Taoist Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Currently, Yi Xian's realm was the highest among them, and his strength was also the strongest. Coupled with the fact that they had the airship to travel, it wouldn't take long. However, before that, those itinerant immortals who had been suppressed for countless years also began to undergo tribulation. In the outside world, they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so they couldn't undergo tribulation. However, in this small immortal world, it was possible. Immediately, Taoist Ling Xiao, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Ziyuan, and the other itinerant immortals began to undergo tribulation. Although they didn't have the Holy Leader token, their strength was also extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulations. As for the Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the others, they had already been killed by Yi Xian, so the threat was resolved. Next, he would go to the city to find out the location of the Immortal Destiny Sect. It would be best if there was a teleportation formation. Previously, he had annihilated an entire bandit group, so he naturally had a map of this area. At this time, the closest place to them was a place called Wildfire City. Immediately, Yi Xian steered the airship and rushed toward Wildfire City. The airship was very fast and could save a lot of time. However, at the same time, it was too big of a target. On the second night of Yi Xian's journey to Burning Field City, he actually encountered another flying boat. How dare you intercept me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the airship with his eye of revelation. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the airship. At the same time, there were 3 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. However, they were only early 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. Sir. At this time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the airship. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian also formed an illusory figure. However, he did not reveal his true appearance. What's the matter? Yi Xian asked. For you. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked in surprise. Who are you? Yi Xian asked in return. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked. Isn't this airship from the explosive flame bandits? Those who can control this airship are either the first leader or the second leader. Or you. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He did not expect the middle-aged man with a scar to know the two leaders of the explosive flame bandits. He subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other party was also from a bandit group. I'm the third leader of the explosive flame bandits, Yi Qian. Why are you looking for my two brothers? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. I see. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes. He could not help but smile. Rumor has it that the airship of the explosive flame bandits has amazing offensive power. It's a rare offensive airship. If we can seize it, our strength will increase greatly. He thought for a moment and was just about to speak when he saw a huge fireball flying towards their flying boat. Yi Xian had launched an attack. What? The middle-aged man with a scar was shocked. Before he could react, the huge fireball had already landed on his airship. He did not expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to attack. Since it's a bandit group, let's seize it. In the airship, Yi Xian grinned. This was the first time he launched an attack. Although it cost him a lot of energy, this attack was undeniably powerful. Boom! The huge fireball smashed into the airship the middle-aged man with a scar was on, directly smashing a huge hole in it. It was so powerful. What? My airship is a defensive airship. The other party actually broke through its defense with one blow? How is this possible? The middle-aged man with a scar realized that the situation was not good. The airship was his second home. There were various defensive formations on it. Even if it was an airship that was a grade higher than his, it would not be able to break through in one blow. However, the airship of the explosive flame bandits did it. Chapter 1666. Let's try again. Yi Xian activated the explosive flame-flying ship again. The bow of the ship bloomed like a flower petal, and then a second huge fireball blasted out. There were 3 layers of attack formations in this flying ship, 2 more than the enemy. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. Damn it, they want to fight to the death. In that case, let's do it. The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he also launched an attack. At the same time, the experts in the flying ship rushed out crazily and attacked Yi Xian's flying ship. Boom! Boom! The 2 flying shuttles exchanged attacks. This time, the scar-faced middle-aged man's flying ship was directly damaged, while Yi Xian's flying ship was not seriously damaged. When the experts saw this, they immediately attacked the gap in the flying ship, but without exception, they could not break through the defense. How is this possible? Our combined attack can't break through the defense? This is clearly an attack-type flying ship. How can it have such a strong defense? Was it made by a famous expert? Run! The flying ship is aiming at us. Before they could react, the third huge fireball blasted out. Even the defensive flying ship of the scar-faced middle-aged man could not resist this fireball attack, let alone the 3 and 4 tribulation itinerant immortals. In an instant, this attack killed nearly 100 itinerant immortals. It was terrifying. Big brother, run. This flying ship is too strange. We are no match for it. Where there is life, there is hope. The other 2 5 tribulation itinerant immortals were persuading the scar-faced middle-aged man. When the scar-faced middle-aged man saw his flying ship, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the enemy's flying ship's powerful attack and defense, he could only turn around. Tisk, it's too late to run now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He poured out a large amount of heavenly treasures and let the flying ship burn. In an instant he replenished the energy for 2 attacks. At the same time, the 3 from Old Tree had already moved out to stall the other 3. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. A huge fireball smashed toward the 6 from Old Tree. What? Do you want to perish together? The scarred middle-aged man was shocked. While the 6 of them were fighting, the flaming flying ship launched an attack. Was it trying to kill its own people? However, how would they know that the Old Tree trio had always been a suicide squad? They had already died countless times, so this was nothing. Boom! The huge fireball engulfed the 6 of them. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has died. Wei Zhentian has died. 6 system notifications rang out consecutively. The 3 players from the old tree had died and revived beside Yi Xian. At the same time, just as the fireball was about to hit him, Yi Xian had already formed the Eye of Nature and enveloped his opponent's interspatial ring. On the other side, the bandits who were still alive immediately dispersed. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At that moment, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out again and finished off all the bandits. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this battle. Although he had wasted a lot of heaven and earth treasures, he had gained more heaven and earth treasures and tested the attack power of the flaming flying ship. In one word, it was strong. However, at this moment, ding! The flaming flying ship is damaged. The damage is 3%. Does the host want to repair it? Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! The flaming flying ship is repaired. The host has activated the flying ship system. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He actually activated a new system. He immediately checked the flying ship system. The flaming flying ship was a false immortal level 5 flying ship in the flying ship system. It was level 5 in terms of attack power, defense power, and mobility. However, Yi Xian had just gotten the flaming flying ship and did not know much about the flying ship, so he did not know how high level 5 was. The flying ship system could use ores to upgrade the flying ship's level. Not only that, but it could also use ores as energy. In the future, there would be no need for heaven and earth treasures. It was more economical. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had the ability to control the flying ship remotely. There would be no need for someone to control it from inside. Ores again? I'm in need of them, Yi Xian sighed. If he had ores, he could strengthen the flaming flying ship. Young master, there's someone. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. Yi Xian withdrew his mind and turned his head to look. He saw a figure looking at them from afar. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was indeed a little difficult for him to deal with an expert of this level. However, Old Tree and the others had already packed up the items and sent them to the flying ship. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He's currently a mid-stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian was more confident. After all, he still had many trump cards. Alright, the flying ship that was shot down is also a considerable amount of income. It can be used to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Old Tree to collect the items. At the same time, he condensed an illusory figure and said, Your Excellency, why are you stopping here? The young-looking 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in front glanced at the flying ship and thought to himself, this is an all-around flying ship made by a master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion. An all-around flying ship was very rare. It included attack, defense, and speed. He glanced at Old Tree, who went to collect the wreckage of the flying ship, and said, Your Excellency, are you willing to buy this flying ship? You want to buy the flaming flying ship? Hearing this, Yi Xian paused for a moment and then replied directly, Sorry, no. What a joke. This flying ship's combat power was very strong. It was several times stronger than the one that was destroyed. Now that he had activated the flying ship system, what should he use? It just so happened that Old Tree had already brought back the wreckage of the flying ship just now. Ding! The wreckage of the flying ship can increase 1 attribute of the flaming flying ship. The host can choose to upgrade attack, defense, and speed. Upgrade attack. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Defense was useless because he could use it to repair himself. Speed was used for traveling. It was not very useful in battle, so he could only use attack. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack has been successfully upgraded. Now, the flaming flying ship's attack power had been upgraded to level 6, and its defense and speed were both level 5. Your Excellency, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. The young man said. Oh, then tell me. Chapter 1667. However, after the young man finished speaking, Yi Xian's face darkened. Although the price was not bad, it was only enough to buy the flying boat that he had just shot down. What kind of joke was this? Since you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Yi Xian snorted and was about to leave. Wait! The young man suddenly stopped Yi Xian and said, I'm flattering you by paying for your flying boat. Don't be so shameless. Oh, I don't want your respect. What can you do to me? Yi Xian's voice came from the flying boat. Hearing this, the young man's face changed and he immediately drew his long sword. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the flying boat. Why don't you try? You're courting death. The young man was furious and attacked directly. A beam of cyan sword light pierced through the air and directly slashed at the blood flame flying ship. However, what was surprising was that his attack only left a small mark on the flying boat. How was it possible that the attack of a 6 tribulation scattered immortal could not break the flying boat's defense? I don't believe it. The young man's eyes widened. This time, he attacked with all his strength. Clear sky white sun slash. Whoosh! The attack this time was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, this attack power was not much stronger than the attack of the middle-aged man with the flying boat just now. Bang! When the sword light dissipated, the blood flame flying ship was only slightly damaged. The degree of damage was less than 3%. A 6 tribulation scattered immortal is not that strong. In the flying boat, Yi Xian sneered. However, he would not let the young man continue to attack. After all, the super-devouring crystal was needed to repair the flying boat. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The moment the young man attacked, he had already sentenced the young man to death. How dare he set his eyes on him? So what if he was a 6 tribulation scattered immortal? After Old Tree and the other 2 received the order, they immediately attacked with all their strength. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Heaven-shattering flowing rock slash. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's immortal slaying puppet. It was using the immortal slaying sword technique to attack the young man. Their attacks were not weak, which made the young man a little dumbfounded. It's really rare for a few 4th tribulation loose immortals to have such offensive power. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. Although these attacks were strong, his realm was still there. It was not so easy to hurt him. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, but the young man actually managed to block all of the attacks. However, the best part was yet to come. Explosive flame attack. The young man suddenly felt a scorching heat. He immediately turned his head and saw a huge fireball smashing towards him. The offensive ability of the exploding flame-flying ship had been improved. It was now 1 level stronger than before. The young man clearly hadn't expected this, but he didn't have the ability to avoid it, so he could only block it. However, the attack this time was so powerful that even Old Tree and the others who had broken through were turned into ashes. Old Tree and the other 2 shared Yi Xian's auxiliary bloodline and had the fire resistance of the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Even so, they were burned to death. It was obvious how powerful the exploding flame-flying ship was. Even so, the young man still managed to block it. However, at this time, not only were his clothes destroyed, even his skin was burnt. At least 80% of his skin was burnt. An ordinary 6th tribulation loose immortal would have died from this attack, but he managed to survive it. However, he was already at the end of his strength. Only now did he realize that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Immediately, his expression changed and he turned to leave. Ha, run. Can you outrun the flying ship? Yi Xian grinned, then controlled the flying ship and swept in front of the young man. As the exploding flame-flying ship's level increased, it consumed more energy. Yi Xian estimated that he could only fire 2 more shots. After that, the exploding flame-flying ship could only fly. However, 2 shots were enough to kill the young man. You're so cruel. You even killed your own people. The young man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. Who said they're dead? Suddenly, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian appeared in front of him. At this time, a word flashed in his mind. Unscathed. How is this possible? The young man was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree and the other two continued to attack. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Grip of the Underworld. Exploding Flame Attack. 2 powerful control skills restrained the severely injured young man, and he once again took the exploding flame-flying ship's attack head-on. This time, he couldn't block it and died instantly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, and Yi Xian received a large amount of killing intent. A 6 tribulation scattered celestial must have a lot of wealth. Yi Xian immediately took the young man's interspatial ring personally. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he devoured the items. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! The embers of thunder fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Yi Xian devoured all the items inside and left some for Luo Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. As for the rest, he used it to strengthen the flying ship. Ding! The exploding flame-flying ship's defense level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame-flying ship's speed level has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Yi Xian glanced at the flying ship system and found that the flying ship's level had also increased. Its attack, defense, speed, and level had all increased. This flying ship alone could probably defeat an ordinary 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Awesome. This time, he also made a lot of money. First, he got rid of a bandit group, and then a 6 tribulation scattered celestial came to die. Next, he would go to Wildfire City to find out about the overlord of the small celestial realm, the immortal Fate Sect. Along the way, he encountered many flying ships, but their levels were not high. Even he could easily destroy a level 3 or level 4 flying ship. However, he didn't know who the people on the flying ships were, so he didn't kill the innocent, unless someone came to provoke him. 2 days later, he finally arrived at Wildfire City. This small celestial realm was different from other places. There was actually a stop for flying ships. Although the exploding flame-flying ship looked simple, it was very fast. It was obviously not a simple ship. Chapter 1668. This flying boat is at least grade 5. The owner is only a peak 4 tribulation bodiless immortal. He must have a powerful background. That's right. Even a 6 tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to own a flying boat like this. There's a symbol on the flying boat. Is it a bandit group? Looks like this kid got the flying boat from a bandit group. He's pretty lucky. The people around them discussed among themselves. However, there were some who were more observant. Their eyes lit up when they saw the structure next to the flying boat. The wings of this flying boat are identical to the model of Grandmaster Tianbao in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Is this flying boat made by Grandmaster Tianbao? An old man's eyes lit up. Even if the flying boat made by Grandmaster Tianbao was not of a high grade, many experts would fight to buy it for their collection. In other words, this flying boat was priceless. However, Yi Xian did not know this. He had already put away the flying boat. Then he led Willful and the others into Wildfire City to inquire about the Immortal Destiny Sect. This was their first time entering a city in the small celestial realm, so they wanted to visit. Yi Xian also wanted to buy another flying boat as a gift. Wildfire City was not a powerful city. The city lord was only a peak 6 tribulation bodiless immortal, so his strength was not bad. There was no hurry to inquire about the Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian took Willful and the others to have a taste of the food in the small immortal realm. According to the disciple of the Immortal Destiny Sect, when the 3 immortals descended to the mortal world, they first selected a group of people from the various sacred lands before establishing the small immortal realm. Therefore, the residents in the small immortal realm were actually from the outside world. Damn! A 4-tribulation bodiless immortal beast was sliced and cooked. Willful and the others exclaimed in surprise in a restaurant in Wildfire City. When the people around them heard this, they could not help but look at them with disdain as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. However, with Yi Xian's cultivation base, they did not dare to say anything. However, when they were halfway through their meal, a 5-tribulation bodiless immortal suddenly approached them. "Everyone, the city lord invites you in," the 5-tribulation bodiless immortal said. "The city lord?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. "Sure, but we'll have to wait until we're done eating," Yi Xian said casually. Hearing this, the 5th tribulation loose celestial immediately became furious and shouted, "How dare you neglect the city lord's invitation? How dare you?" "Then I won't go." Yi Xian shrugged. Hearing this, Headstrong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Along the way, they had heard about the realm of the Wildfire City's city master. He was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, the #1 expert in Wildfire City. However, this realm was not enough to scare Yi Xian. "If that's the case, then I can only escort you there." The eyes of the 5th tribulation loose immortal flashed, looking like he was about to attack. He was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal, 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. How could he not be able to deal with him? However, he really couldn't do anything about it. "Looks like we can't finish eating. Let's go in first." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then a strange energy enveloped Headstrong and the others. Then, Headstrong and the others were all taken into the planting space. The 3rd floor of the restaurant was emptied in an instant. The surrounding people were shocked. Even the 5th tribulation loose immortal was shocked. How could the dozens of people suddenly disappear? Could it be that they were just illusions? That was impossible. The 5th tribulation loose immortal was shocked because he was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they couldn't hide from him. Before he could react, the sound of something breaking through the air attracted his attention. Yi Xian directly launched a sneak attack. The difference of 2 realms and the carelessness of the 5th tribulation loose immortal caused his head to be chopped off by Yi Xian. "I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always comes to me." After Yi Xian said coldly, he crushed the head. As for the interspatial ring of the opponent, it naturally fell into his pocket. Since such a thing happened, he couldn't stay in Wildfire City any longer. He had to leave immediately. Of course, there was a second way, which was to fight. "The people sent by the city lord were killed by me. This matter will probably spread to the city lord's ears soon. At that time, there will be experts, even 6th tribulation loose immortals, coming here." Yi Xian thought to himself, and quickly left Wildfire City. If he was slow, he wouldn't be able to leave. There was a formation in Wildfire City, so it was impossible to take out large things, so the flying boat was useless. If he was intercepted in the city, then it would be a tragedy. Outside, Yi Xian had the help of the exploding flame-flying boat, which at least doubled his battle strength. Soon, Yi Xian left the city, but he didn't immediately leave with the exploding flame-flying boat. Instead, he waited quietly outside the city. The exploding flame-flying boat was already prepared. Because of the flying boat system, Yi Xian didn't need to personally control it. In addition, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were already in position in the planting space. Once the battle started, they would immediately join the battle. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a group of city guards led by a middle-aged man walked out. A 6th tribulation loose immortal, 5 5th tribulation loose immortal, and more than 10 4th tribulation loose immortal. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and immediately saw through the opponent's realm. These people probably couldn't withstand 2 attacks from the exploding flame-flying boat. "How dare you kill the city lord's subordinates in my Wildfire City? If you know what's good for you, then surrender," the middle-aged man leading the group said sternly. "Talk too much. You're courting death." Yi Xian shouted coldly and directly released Old Tree and the other 2, and then attacked. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man leading the group of city guards shouted coldly and directly led the group of city guards to attack. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Old Tree directly used his ultimate move, and 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons rushed out, attacking the enemy. Insignificant skill. The middle-aged man leading the group snorted coldly, but his expression didn't look too good because he felt that this attack was no small matter. He estimated that even a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Fortunately, he was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, so he took the lead to rush out and faced it head-on. However, because of this, he fell into the old tree's trap. After the 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons, there were 9 lightning and fire chains. After the middle-aged man defeated the heavenly dragons, the 9 lightning and fire chains were locked on his body. 1 on the neck, 2 on the arms, wrists, thighs, and calves, making a total of 9. The power of the lightning instantly paralyzed the 6th tribulation loose immortal. "Humph, you want to trap me with this kind of little trick?" The 6th tribulation loose immortal immediately circulated his vital energy to remove the paralysis effect. Chapter 1669. Not good. This time, his expression finally changed, but it was too late. This meteorite-like fireball had already arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This huge fireball directly engulfed him. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This 6th tribulation loose immortal was slightly weaker than the previous youth. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was directly killed. His death shocked the others. Wasn't this flying ship's attack power a little too crazy? Before they could react, the second fireball had already arrived. Even if those people resisted with all their strength, they could not block this fireball's attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang out. This group of city guards was directly killed by Yi Xian, leaving only the Qian Kun ring as a remnant. Those onlookers were already shocked to the point of speechlessness. If this flying ship attacked Wildfire City, how long could the city barrier array last? However, Yi Xian would not do this kind of thing. After all, he was not going to massacre the city. This time's harvest was not bad, but Yi Xian was still unable to reach the level of 4th tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, he was thinking whether to leave or continue to stay. If he continued to stay, there would definitely be more powerful experts appearing. Even a 6th tribulation peak city lord would appear. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why the city lord was looking for him. Therefore, he decided to stay. Today, he was going to have another big battle. Not long after, the news spread to the city lord mansion. Following that, the city lord was furious and led the experts to rush out. There were a total of 6 6th tribulation loose immortals. Including the city lord, there were 7 of them. In addition, there were more than 25th tribulation loose immortals. This was the strength of the city lord mansion. Facing such a powerful team, Yi Xian did not have any stage fright and just looked at them. "How dare you? Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my place?" The city lord of Wildfire City shouted angrily. "You are the city lord of Wildfire City?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "That's me." The city lord of Burning Field City widened his eyes and replied. "I want to ask you, why did you send people to find trouble with me for no reason? Do I have a grudge against you?" Yi Xian immediately asked. "I also wish to ask you, where did you obtain this exploding flame-flying boat?" The Burning Field City's city master asked. Yi Xian said, "Where did it come from? What does it have to do with you?" "If I'm not mistaken, this flying boat should be made by Grandmaster Tianbao of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It's an all-round flying boat that combines attack, defense, and speed. Even I might not be able to afford such a level 6 flying boat," the city lord of Wildfire City said. "You can't afford it because you're not capable," Yi Xian mocked. However, the explosive flame-flying ship was originally only a level 5 flying ship. It only became a level 6 flying ship after going through the flying ship system. Such a flying ship was indeed something that the city lord of Burning Field City could not afford. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The city lord of the burning field city did not say anything and directly attacked. Yi Xian was taken aback. This old man was swift and decisive, taking action as soon as he said so. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Sword blade storm. In an instant, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to use his ultimate move. At the same time, he also directly attacked. It had been a long time since he personally fought to his heart's content. Slaughter seal. He first condensed a slaughter seal and then started attacking. As long as he condensed 2 slaughter seals, then he could use 2 more slaughter seals to stack up to 5 slaughter seals. Then, he would use all of them to unleash the immortal slaying sword formation. He had not used the immortal slaying sword formation since he merged with the immortal slaying bloodline until now. Today, he would test its power. At the same time, he controlled the flying boat to circle to one side and launched the exploding flame attack. However, a large number of experts had come to the City Lord Mansion this time. Even the exploding flame attack was completely destroyed by the other experts. At present, the exploding flame flying boat's energy could still launch 3 attacks. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy. The ones participating in this battle were Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Due to the difference of 6 realms, Yi Xian did not dare to approach the City Lord. After all, there was a difference of 6 realms between them. If he was not careful, he might be killed instantly. Fortunately, among the people that the City Lord of Wildfire City brought this time, in addition to the 6th and 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals, there were also 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. In an instant, Yi Xian controlled a large number of 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals and made them attack the surrounding experts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled. The City Lord of Wildfire City clearly did not expect that so many people would betray him. He subconsciously reacted. It must be Yi Xian who controlled these people. This joint attack caused the fall of 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. This brought a lot of killing intent to Yi Xian. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 2 slaughter seals. As long as he gathered 1 more seal, he would be able to use the immortal slaying sword formation. However, the first time, he killed 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals because of a sneak attack. Now that everyone had reacted, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had other moves. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly went past the City Lord of Wildfire City and arrived beside a 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Then he directly used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof directly fell and stepped on 2 people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the 2nd Unicorn Descend. Bang! This hoof instantly killed the 2 people. As for the 3rd hoof, Yi Xian aimed at the group of 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 more system notifications sounded. This time, the 3rd slaughter seal was finally condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian had used the slaughter engraving skill twice. 5 slaughter seals. Come, immortal slaying sword formation. After Yi Xian used up 5 slaughter seals, a huge formation with him as the center appeared. In the air, various weapons quickly appeared. They were all long swords. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Although Yi Xian did not count in detail, these long swords had already covered the sky. Before everyone could react, the immortal slaying sword formation began to operate. Tens of thousands of long swords began to sweep. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the wind whistled. Chapter 1670. However, at this moment Yi Xian's mind is ringing continuously. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In just an instant, several 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. At the same time, All the fourth tribulation loose immortals were killed. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the Wildfire City Lord's face is gloomy. This formation was set up by the peak fourth tribulation loose immortal Yi Xian. Its power is not small. Most importantly, Yi Xian is immune to these long swords. They will pass through his body and will not cause any harm. This means that he can attack from within the formation. However, he does not want to do so, because in less than 3 seconds, the rest of the sixth tribulation loose immortals will all die. Only the Wildfire City Lord is left. At the same time, the Wildfire City Lord is covered with injuries and will not be able to hold on for much longer. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way. Yi Xian squints his eyes and uses death-chasing order to mark the Wildfire City Lord and then flashes over. Eye of Assassination. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Chapter 1671. Up ahead is the most dangerous place in the small immortal realm, the Immortal Tomb. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to come out alive. The 7 tribulation bodiless immortal furrowed his brows. The Immortal Tomb was a very strange place. Even if he drove a flying boat in, he might still die. So he decided not to chase after him. Of course, he had to see Yi Xian enter the Immortal Tomb with his own eyes. However, Yi Xian did not know about this dangerous place and rushed in with the remaining half of the exploding flame-flying boat. It's dark? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were dark, and then there was no light at all. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see everything around him. But what surprised him was that the 7 tribulation bodiless immortal did not chase after him. Something was wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He knew that he'd chased into a dangerous place. He immediately used the Eyes of the Void, but the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The Eyes of the Void is temporarily unavailable. Yi Xian's heart sank. What was this place? Even the Eyes of the Void could not be used. The space in the small immortal realm was very stable. Even the 7 tribulation bodiless immortal chasing after Yi Xian could not break through the void. Yi Xian could not either, but his Eyes of the Void could be used under normal circumstances. It seemed that he had entered a dangerous place. This is not a good place to stay. Let's retreat first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to repair the flying boat and then took a detour to leave this dark place. But at this moment, boom! A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded out from the dark surroundings, as if thunder had struck. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was no light at all. The next moment, the flying boat could no longer fly and fell from the sky. Forbidden Space Array? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Because even he couldn't fly, he directly fell down from the sky. Fortunately, with his physique, he would not be injured even if he fell from a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. If an expert fell to his death, could he still be called an expert? However, just as the flying ship was about to pass through, Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to see a huge stone tablet in front of them. No, it wasn't a stone tablet, but a gigantic tombstone. But that was not the point. The point was that when the flying boat was about to land, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The exploding flame-flying ship didn't land. Instead, it headed straight for the core of the planet. The F*CK? Yi Xian was shocked. What was going on? All of a sudden, a forbidden space formation appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to enter, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ground, allowing him to enter. What was going on? It seemed that there was a super powerful existence controlling everything behind the scenes. Yi Xian was already on high alert. The old tree and the others were also on standby in the planting space. If there was any danger, they would immediately charge out. However, Yi Xian was too paranoid. Soon, the flying boat was inserted into the ground, and the hole disappeared quietly. At this time, the flying boat had been repaired. Yi Xian hid inside and quietly observed his surroundings with his Eye of Revelation. The flying boat was a 6th grade flying boat with a 6th grade defensive power. Even a 7th tribulation loose immortal would have to spend some effort to break it, so it was relatively safe. There was nothing around except for a large door. At this time, the cave suddenly lit up, and a figure appeared. This was an old man. He seemed very ordinary, but Yi Xian, who was in the explosive flame-flying ship, knew that he wasn't such a simple person. "Fated person, come out and meet me," the old man said slowly. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He knew that he was in big trouble and secretly cursed his bad luck. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Yi Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he asked, "Senior, why did you lead me here?" The old man did not answer this question. He said, "Young man, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, your flying boat can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, then forcefully cut the explosive flame-flying boat in half. This time, Yi Xian was terrified. It was just a figure, but it had such power. This freaking figure was at least a 9th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Since the flying boat's defensive power was useless, Yi Xian could only walk out and face the old man. "Young man, since you can come here, it means that we are fated. Next, I will give you a great opportunity," the old man said. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "What fated? You clearly forced me to come here." However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, 2 beams of light burst out of his eyes. Was it a good fortune or a great one? "Senior, this is..." Yi Xian forcefully suppressed his joy and said in astonishment, "To tell you the truth, I'm already dead. This flowing light palace is my tomb. In this flowing light palace, there are the treasures I left behind. But if you want to enter, you need a key." The old man said, "The treasures?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How did he come across such a good thing? Something was fishy. "Then what do you want me to do?" Yi Xian asked. "Very simple. I want you to go to the Immortal Destiny sect and get the key. Then this treasure is yours," the old man replied. When the words, "Immortal Destiny sect," fell into Yi Xian's ears, he could not help but shudder. The key is in the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian was shocked. The Immortal Destiny sect was the overlord of the lesser immortal realm. If this old man had connections with them, could he be an elder of the Immortal Destiny sect? The old man narrowed his weathered eyes. "Young man, I'm Flowing Light. Haven't you heard of me?" "Flowing Light? What's wrong with this name?" Yi Xian was a little confused. This was the first time he'd heard of this name. What a hothead. The old man smiled faintly. "I, Flowing Light Immortal, am one of the 3 great immortals of the lesser immortal realm. I am also the founder of the Immortal Destiny sect." What? As soon as he said this, Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. The old man in front of him was one of the 3 great immortals who'd founded the lesser immortal realm. Immortals were much stronger than itinerant immortals. But that was not the point. The point was, how could an immortal die? "Senior, since you are an immortal, how could you die?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. This lesser immortal realm was founded by Flowing Light Immortal and 2 other immortals. In this lesser immortal realm, Flowing Light Immortal was almost invincible. How could he die? Chapter 1672. Something? Yi Xian was shocked and asked, "What is it?" "This is also the reason why I brought you in. You have the same aura as that thing, so you must have gotten it before." After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly condensed the shadow of a black stone in his hand. There was a strange pattern on the black stone, which was very familiar to Yi Xian. "This is the devouring source?" Yi Xian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Now he understood why he came in. It was because he had once obtained a devouring source in the Blood Rock continent. At that time, that devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. If he devoured another one, he might be able to level up again. This strange thing can devour all things, then convert them into immortal power and give it back to me. The other 2 immortals found out about this secret of mine and attacked me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, but not long after, I was seriously injured and died. Before I died, I set up a fallen immortal formation. Anyone who enters will be killed by the fallen immortal formation, even 9 Tribulation Loose Immortals. After the old man finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. The other two immortals were my senior and junior brothers in the same sect, and also my best friends. But because of this thing, they could not help but attack me. They knew that the immortal tomb was where I died, but because of the fallen immortal formation, they did not dare to enter. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but break out in cold sweat. This fallen immortal formation could even kill 9 tribulation loose immortals, and even real immortals were afraid of it, let alone a 5 tribulation loose immortal like him. Senior, since this is your tomb, can't you just open the door? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, my Qian Kuan ring has been marked by them. Once it is opened, they will know. At that time, they will try their best to come in. Lumen Immortal shook his head. Then wouldn't it be the same if I opened it with the key? Yi Xian frowned. That's different. By the time you go to the Immortal Destiny sect to retrieve the key, I would have already set up a concealment array. Although it can only conceal you for a day, it's enough for you to take everything away, said Immortal Luminous. Yi Xian paused and said, so you're saying that this key isn't the key to opening the door, and it's not the key? If possible, it would be best to obtain that key. That is the key to opening the passageway to the immortal plane, Immortal Luminous said. A passage to the immortal world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, isn't it closed now? That's right, the passageway to the celestial realm is indeed closed. However, do you know why? After Celestial Lumen finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before he continued. All those years ago, the 3 of us were hunted down in the immortal world, and we had no choice but to hide in the lower realms. After that, we removed the key to the Immortal Ascension platform and unilaterally closed the passageway to the immortal world. That way, the people of the immortal world wouldn't be able to come down. It's you, seniors? Yi Xian was shocked. However, by doing so, we've already violated the heavenly rules of the immortal realm. If the passageway to the immortal realm opens again, we definitely won't be able to avoid it. That's why the other 2 didn't dare to open the passageway to the immortal realm. Most importantly, I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform. It's all in my tomb. As long as you obtain the key, you can open the passageway to the immortal realm. After hearing Immortal Luminous words, Yi Xian fell silent. After a while, he said, the key to the Immortal Ascension platform should be in the hands of the other 2 immortals, right? The key to the Immortal Ascension platform is called the Immortal Token of Ascension. However, since I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform, the array can no longer be used. Hence, the Immortal Token of Ascension alone is useless. The Immortal Token of Ascension has already become the token of the Immortal Destiny sect's sect leader. It's not in their hands, Immortal Luminous said. Sect leader. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. The rest were at most peak 9th tribulation scattered immortals. If that was the case, he could deal with them. Senior, besides wanting me to obtain the Immortal Token of Ascension, do you have any other requests? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Back then, I was hunted down and came to the lower realm. My only regret is needless to say. My request is that after you open the passageway to the immortal realm, you bring my corpse back to the real Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Luminous sighed. The real Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then he nodded and said, all right, I'll definitely do it. After hearing Yi Xian's reply, Immortal Luminous nodded slightly and said, although this is the first time we've met, I can feel that you're not an ordinary person. I can see that you've been cultivating for less than 100 years, right? After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. An immortal was indeed an immortal. His eyesight was really sharp. He actually guessed correctly. However, it had not even been 20 years since he started cultivating. Where did 100 years come from? You should also have a piece of that black stone. With it, it's reasonable for you to have this much. However, I don't intend to give it to you now, unless you can bring back the immortal token, Immortal Luminous said. But I'm only a 5 tribulation scattered immortal now. How can I enter the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Very simple. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly took out 5 stones and said, these are called Immortal Destiny stones. With them, you can enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 1 piece for an outer sect disciple, 2 pieces for an inner sect disciple, and 3 pieces can directly become an elder's personal disciple. What are these? How can they be so powerful? Yi Xian took the 3 white stones and quickly scanned them with his eye of revelation. However, he did not discover anything. I'm a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. We pay attention to fate. When we established the Immortal Destiny sect, we spread them out. These 3 stones are actually immortal stones that I brought down from the immortal realm. However, there's a formation on them. If you don't break it, you won't be able to see anything. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly broke the formation on the 2 immortal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. It's an immortal stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up and quickly swallowed the immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulations scattered immortal. Hiss! After hearing the series of system notifications, Yi Xian could not help but gasp. Just 1 immortal stone had allowed him to jump 2 realms. If it was not for the tribulation, he would have continued to break through. What a loss! Scary, too scary. Just 1 immortal stone allowed me to break through twice. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Unfortunately, he was now very poor and could not shorten the tribulation time to 0. Therefore, he could only be stuck at the peak of 5 tribulations scattered immortal. It's really powerful. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Otherwise, with this black stone, I could even break through the shackles of immortals and become a heaven immortal. Chapter 1673. Above the immortals is the sky immortal. Yi Xian heard some clues. Immortals were naturally divided into ranks. Lumen Immortal was the most ordinary immortal, followed by the Sky Immortal. He did not know what was above the Sky Immortal realm. However, Yi Xian did not care. He would know once he reached the required level. Although I have a lot of wealth, I can't give it all to you now. As long as you get the Hui Hui Immortal token, I'll give it all to you. You can even ascend to the Immortal realm. Lumen Immortal threw the 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones to Yi Xian. With these 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones, Yi Xian could enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones can make an elder take you in as a personal disciple. However, after I went missing, I think, although Lumen Immortal did not continue, Yi Xian understood. The other 2 immortals were eyeing Lumen Immortal's devouring source, so they attacked him. With 1 less big shot in the Immortal Destiny sect, Lumen Immortal's subordinates would naturally be taken away. Even so, I can suggest that you become Elder Tianbao's subordinate. He is an upright person who does not fight for power. He is the first batch of people I brought in from the outside world. Take these 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones and become his disciple, Lumen Immortal said. Tianbao? Yi Xian was familiar with this name. The city lord of Wildfire City had said that his flaming flying ship was made by Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao of the Sky Treasure Pavilion should be Elder Tianbao of the Immortal Destiny sect. Yes. Yi Xian nodded in response. Alright, you can go now. However, remember not to reveal that you entered the Immortal Tomb. Otherwise, you should know the consequences, Lumen Immortal said. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Lumen Immortal. Go. After you leave from the north of the Immortal Tomb. Head northeast for a day and you will reach Flying Cloud City. Then, you can use the transportation formation in Flying Cloud City to reach the foot of the Immortal Destiny sect. Lumen Immortal waved his hand and the hole at the top appeared again. All right. Yi Xian responded and immediately left. However, before that, he had already changed his appearance to that of an ordinary man. The lower the profile, the easier it would be to infiltrate the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he steered the blazing flying ship to the northern edge of the Immortal Tomb. Grandmaster Tianbao made my exploding flame-flying ship, so it's very eye-catching. However, I have the flying boat system. In addition to upgrading the flying boat system can also change the appearance of the flying boat according to my wishes. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately changed the shape of the flying ship. As the saying goes, concentration is the essence. The explosive flame-flying ship had shrunk in size. It was originally 1,000 meters long, but now it was only 50 meters long. Even its outer shape had changed. It was originally a rhombus-shaped flying ship with small wings, but now it was a cylinder. At first glance, it looked like a big one. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, right? Although the appearance of the flying ship had changed, its attack, defense, and speed were still at the 6th grade. Moreover, with Yi Xian's ability, even if he saw the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal from the Immortal Destiny Enforcement Team, he would not be able to recognize him. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the Immortal Destiny sect. Right now, I have 3 sealed Immortal Destiny stones and 1 useless Immortal stone. I'm now a peak 5 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. If I want to pass the tribulation, I'll need treasures of heaven and earth. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. There must be a lot of good stuff in the Immortal Tomb. Those bodiless immortals who had barged in were all killed by Lumen Immortal. Their corpses might still be scattered around the Immortal Tomb. At this thought, Yi Xian steered the flying ship and entered the Immortal Tomb again. He was discovered by Lumen Immortal as soon as he entered. However, Lumen Immortal immediately understood that Yi Xian was trying to take advantage of the situation. This kid, Lumen Immortal did not know whether to laugh or cry but did not object. After all, it would take at most 3 days to explore the entire Immortal Tomb. Even 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye. What was 3 days? Originally, many bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Tomb to train. However, after a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal died inside, almost no one entered. Most of the treasures were taken away by Lumen Immortal. However, Lumen Immortal was too lazy to collect the items left behind by the 6 Tribulation and 7 Tribulation Bodiless Immortals. This allowed Yi Xian to benefit. Yi Xian spent 5 days exploring the Immortal Tomb thoroughly and obtained many good things. During this time, Luo also broke through to the peak of 5 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. Since they were in the Immortal Tomb, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He would wait until Luo had the confidence to pass the tribulation together. When Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and Luo out of the planting space, Luminous Celestial was shocked. Even he did not realize that Yi Xian had such a skill. Yi Xian and the others once again underwent their tribulations. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has successfully passed the tribulation. The host is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Luo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early stage 6th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Thunderfire Ember has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early 6th tribulation scattered celestial. This was not the end. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot in the Immortal Tomb. After successfully passing the tribulation, he immediately started devouring. The early stage of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal, the middle stage of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal, the peak of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. In an instant he soared up again. However, this time, he did not have enough heaven and earth treasures. He only reduced the time to pass the tribulation by 300 years. After all, luminous celestial had taken away all the immortals above 8 tribulations scattered celestial. Damn, but this was not bad. After all, when Yi Xian entered the immortal tomb, he had just passed the 4 tribulations scattered celestial not long ago. Now, he was already the city lord of Wildfire City. It's about time. Let's go to Swallow City and then teleport to Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then he boarded the flying ship and left the immortal tomb. Previously, he had obtained many good things. Therefore, he strengthened the flying ship. Now, the flying ship's attack power had increased to level 7. Its defense power was also level 7. It was just that its speed was a little lower. Therefore, it was still at level 6. However, this was enough. After using the new flying ship to travel for a day, Yi Xian finally arrived at Swallow City. Before entering the city, Yi Xian specially glanced at the wanted posters. He did not see his wanted poster. He reckoned that the 7 tribulations scattered celestial thought that he was already dead. After all, even a 9 tribulations scattered celestial might not be able to come out alive after entering the immortal tomb. Chapter 1674. Swallow City was much larger than Wildfire City, and the city lord was a 7 tribulation itinerant immortal. There was a transportation formation that led to the Immortal Destiny Sect. Although the cost was not small, Yi Xian could still afford it. As the top faction in the small immortal world, the Immortal Destiny Sect naturally had many people who wanted to come to the Immortal Destiny Sect to seek opportunities. Who knew if an expert from the Immortal Destiny Sect would take him in as a disciple? The Immortal Destiny Sect was all about fate. The Immortal Destiny Sect was very strict in accepting disciples. After all, it was the top faction. There were many people who came with Immortal Destiny Stones in their history. However, there had only been 2 people like Yi Xian who came with 3 Immortal Destiny Stones. One was an elder of the Immortal Destiny Sect, and the chief blacksmith of the Immortal Destiny Sect, Tian Bao. The other had become the current sect leader of the Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian was the third. At this time, Yi Xian had already ascended the stairs of the Immortal Destiny Sect with the Immortal Destiny Stone in hand. After a while, he arrived at the gates of the Immortal Destiny Sect, but was stopped by 2 Immortal Destiny Sect disciples in blue and white robes. "Sir, you are not a disciple of the Immortal Destiny Sect. What is the matter?" one of the Immortal Destiny Sect disciples asked. Yi Xian sized up the 2 Immortal Destiny Sect disciples and was shocked. These 2 were both 7 tribulation itinerant immortals. The Immortal Destiny Sect was indeed extraordinary. "Greetings, senior brothers. I found an Immortal Destiny Stone, so..." As Yi Xian spoke, he took out an Immortal Destiny Stone from the Devour space. After seeing the Immortal Destiny Stone, the 2 disciples suddenly widened their eyes, and greed flashed in their eyes. Immortal Destiny Stone. It was actually an Immortal Destiny Stone. As disciples of the Immortal Destiny Sect, they naturally knew what an Immortal Destiny Stone was. That was an immortal stone. Using an immortal stone to invest in the Immortal Destiny Sect was actually a huge loss. However, the seal on the immortal stone could only be undone by the experts of the Immortal Destiny Sect. If it could not be undone, the immortal stone was trash, no different from the ordinary stones on the ground. "Junior brother, you are really lucky to have obtained an Immortal Destiny Stone. How did you get it?" a guarding disciple asked. "It's like this. In order to transcend the tribulation, I found a cave to cultivate in. I found this Immortal Opportunity Stone in that cave," Yi Xian answered honestly. "Junior brother's luck is really too good. An Immortal Destiny Stone can allow you to join my Immortal Destiny Sect and become an outer sect disciple. I grew up in the Immortal Destiny Sect since I was young. After experiencing thousands of years, I'm still just an inner sect disciple." A disciple guarding the mountain said enviously. If an outer sect disciple of Immortal Destiny Sect wanted to enter the inner sect, he had to be at least a 7 tribulation loose immortal. These two guarding disciples were both 7 tribulation loose immortals, so they were already inner sect disciples. Originally, Immortal Lumen's plan was to let Yi Xian spend 3 immortal opportunity stones to become Elder Tianbao's disciple. However, Yi Xian had asked around at the foot of the mountain and found that the rules had changed. Originally, 1 immortal opportunity stone could enter the outer sect to cultivate. 2 immortal opportunity stones could directly enter the inner sect. 3 immortal opportunity stones could choose an elder to become his disciple. However, after the Immortal Destiny sect's rules changed, 3 immortal opportunity stones could only enter the inner sect. To become an elder's disciple, one had to spend 5 immortal opportunity stones. Now, Yi Xian had 3 immortal opportunity stones and 1 unused immortal opportunity stone. It was not enough to become Elder Tianbao's disciple. Instead, he could use 1 immortal opportunity stone to enter the outer sect and then transcend the tribulation to become a 7 tribulation loose immortal. This way, he could directly enter the inner sect. This method was more economical. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to save money. After all, he had a lot of time. Why waste immortal opportunity stones? As long as he found a way to break the seal of the immortal opportunity stones, then those 2 immortal opportunity stones would be his. At that time, he would have 3 immortal opportunity stones. Junior brother, one look and I can tell that you are fated with our Immortal Destiny sect. Come, I'll bring you to the outer sect Elder Qiu. After speaking, a guarding disciple led Yi Xian directly into the Immortal Destiny sect. Along the way, the Immortal Destiny sect disciples all looked at the immortal opportunity stone in Yi Xian's hand with greedy eyes. Of course, some people directly showed disdain for Yi Xian. After all, most of these people had entered the Immortal Destiny sect because of their talent and intelligence. How could a piece of trash like Yi Xian, who had entered the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining an immortal opportunity stone, be on equal footing with them? After a while, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to the back of the sundry hall. Elder Qiu, this disciple requests an audience. The guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. An old voice came from inside. Ahem. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. This Elder Qiu was quite haughty. Elder Qiu, someone has brought an immortal opportunity stone. The guarding disciple hurriedly added. After saying that, there was a moment of silence inside. Then an old man walked out. Your luck is not bad to be able to obtain an immortal opportunity stone. Elder Qiu snorted coldly and directly took the immortal opportunity stone from Yi Xian's hand. Come back tomorrow for the immortal opportunity stone. After a fated person obtained an immortal opportunity stone, not only could he use it to enter the Immortal Destiny sect, but an elder would then undo the seal on the immortal opportunity stone and pass it to the fated person. Therefore, this immortal opportunity stone was still Yi Xian's. Although Yi Xian could directly use 3 immortal opportunity stones to enter the inner sect, and the immortal opportunity stone would be his afterwards, that would be too ostentatious. After all, it had only happened twice in history. It was better to keep a low profile. Following that, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to register. The latter directly became a member of the Immortal Destiny sect, received an identity token, and was assigned a place to stay. Junior brother, news of you obtaining an immortal opportunity stone and entering the outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect has probably spread. I estimate that many outer sect disciples will come looking for you. The guarding disciple said. Come looking for me? Yi Xian was a little confused. You have to know that the Immortal Opportunity Stone is actually an Immortal Opportunity Stone. It's just that there's a seal on it. After 3 days, you'll obtain an Immortal Opportunity Stone without the seal. If you refine more than 10 Immortal Opportunity Stones, then you might be able to condense immortal power. The guarding disciple replied. Immortal power? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Itinerant immortals and itinerant immortals might have the word immortal in their names, but they were still in the realm of mortals. They still used true qi in their bodies, not immortal power. However, as long as they refined 10 immortal opportunity stones, then they might be able to condense immortal power. As long as they could condense immortal power, Would anyone in the same realm be a match for them? Even if they challenged those of a higher realm, it would not be a problem. If that's the case, then many people will indeed come looking for you. But why are there only outer sect disciples? Yi Xian asked curiously. Chapter 1675. The guarding disciple paused for a moment. That's why many outer sect disciples are backed by inner sect disciples. They stay in the outer sect and snatch immortal stones from anyone who obtains them. Although immortal opportunity stones can only be obtained by fated people, this is a world where the strong are respected. It's fate that allows one to obtain immortal stones. As long as no one dies, the sect won't care. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. In the end, it all depends on one's strength. Junior brother, if you're willing, you can use these immortal stones to exchange for natural treasures. Then, they won't dare to touch you. Don't worry, these natural treasures are enough for you to cultivate to peak 7th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal or even 8th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. The guarding disciple finally showed his true colors. An immortal stone was very precious. Even the elites who ranked at the top of the inner sect would have to spend a long time to obtain one. If the guarding disciple obtained an immortal stone, he would definitely give it to others in exchange for cultivation resources. After all, he knew he could not obtain 10 immortal stones. For ordinary people, it was impossible to obtain immortal power if they could not obtain 10 immortal stones. However, immortal stones could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level. Moreover, he could completely devour immortal stones. He might not even need 10 immortal stones to condense immortal power. My apologies, senior brother. Yi Xian didn't explain further and directly said. Pumph. The guarding disciple was extremely displeased when he heard this. He thought to himself that Yi Xian did not know what was good for him. Since that was the case, he did not waste any more words and turned to leave. As expected, not long after he left, someone came looking for him. You're Yi Xian? A burly man came looking for him with a dozen underlings. What's the matter? Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and said without raising his head. The burly man in front of him was already a peak 6th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. The underlings behind him were also 6th Tribulation Bodiless Immortals. They were not weak. However, this kind of strength wasn't enough in front of Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian could use his Eye of the Soul to control the other party the moment they entered the door. However, he felt that there was no need to do so. I heard that you obtained an Immortal Destiny Stone and entered the outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, so I came here to give you a chance. As long as you give me the Immortal Stone, you can do whatever you want in the outer sect. Even if you are promoted to the inner sect, you will have the protection of the 10th ranked senior brother Yuan Ying. Senior brother Yuan Ying, who is ranked 10th in the inner sect. Yi Xian grinned and said, What if I don't hand it over? Then I'll do it myself. The brawny man snorted. He could also feel that Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal Realm. However, it had been more than 1,000 years since he broke through to the 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal Realm. In addition, he had the protection of Yuan Ying, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect, so his strength was not to be underestimated. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a brat who came in by luck? If that's the case, then why don't you do it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was ready to fight. You've got guts. More than 20 years ago, someone said that to me, and I crippled his limbs. Brat, do you want to fight here, or do you want to go to the Immortal Battle platform with me? The brawny man snorted. The outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect was relatively lax. As long as no lives were lost, it was allowed. However, it could not be done at any time. If one wanted to snatch the other party's item, they had to go to the Immortal Battle platform. After all, if they fought here, it would cause too much of a commotion and they would be stopped very quickly. Up to you. Yi Xian replied casually. If that's the case, then come with me. The brawny man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not waste time and followed him. Along the way, there were still many people who looked at Yi Xian with gloating eyes. There were also some who shook their heads. People like Yi Xian who did not know what was good for them were not rare. As the saying went, bear with it for a while and you'll be free. Why ruin one's future for a piece of immortal stone? Soon, Yi Xian followed the brawny man to the outer sect Immortal Battle platform. The Immortal Destiny sect was relatively amiable. Only gambling could be done on the Immortal Battle platform, and not life and death. Senior brother, if you want my Immortal Stone, then you have to take out some treasures. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Humph, if you can beat me, then everything in this interspatial ring will be yours. After the brawny man finished speaking, he took off the interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. There were many things in the interspatial ring. After all, the brawny man was considered a tyrant in the outer sect. In fact, he could have passed the 6th tribulation of itinerant immortal and become a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, then be promoted to the inner sect. He stayed in the outer sect to help senior brother Yuan Ying in the inner sect collect immortal stones. Yi Xian checked the contents of the interspatial ring. Although it was not much, it could reduce his tribulation time by 200 years. It was not bad. All right, I agree to the gambling match. Yi Xian nodded and threw the interspatial ring back. The manager of the Immortal Battle platform at the side also understood the sequence of events. So Yi Xian had entered the Immortal Destiny sect by relying on Immortal Destiny stones. All right, I understand the stakes of both parties. The rules are simple. No deaths. If you are sent flying out of the Immortal Battle platform, you lose. Of course, you can also surrender on the platform, the 8 tribulations scattered immortal said. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you get on the Immortal Battle platform, then... Before the brawny man could finish, Yi Xian flew directly onto the Immortal Battle platform. How dare you! The brawny man did not waste any more words and jumped up. At this time, 2 groups of people flew over. They were also tyrants of the outer sect. When they saw Yi Xian and the brawny man get on the Immortal Battle platform, they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Damn it, he got there first. On the Immortal Battle platform, Yi Xian and the brawny man faced each other. They were both peak 6 tribulation scattered immortals and had the same cultivation level. However, most people thought the brawny man would win. After all, the brawny man had already obtained 3 immortal stones for senior brother Yuan Ying, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect. The battle was about to start. Kid, you're courting death. The brawny man had been training his body since he was young, so his physique was incomparably strong. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced on Yi Xian like a cheetah. However, Yi Xian had never lost in terms of physique. When the brawny man pounced, Yi Xian suddenly exploded with a speed even more terrifying than the brawny man's. Bam! A powerful fist smashed into the brawny man's chest. All the power in the fist leaked out and sent the brawny man flying out of the Immortal Battle platform. Instant kill. The outcome of this battle was decided in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8 tribulations scattered Immortal Battle platform manager was dumbfounded. Chapter 1676. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian smiled and poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space. His heavenly tribulation time was reduced by 200 years. The brawny man received a huge blow as he stared in astonishment. Only when Yi Xian accepted the universe ring did he react. How is that possible? The brawny man exclaimed. At this moment, someone immediately flashed onto the stage. It's my turn. This person was also a peak 6 tribulation itinerant immortal and one of the top 10 inner disciples. He was stronger than the brawny man. Senior brother, you have to give me something that satisfies me before I'll use immortal stones to bet with you. Yi Xian said. Take it. The person did not waste time. He took out a weapon and threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that there were more items than the brawny man. He nodded in satisfaction and threw the interspatial ring to the steward of the arena. His stake is the interspatial ring. Are you still betting with immortal stones? The steward asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Although he did not have the immortal stones yet, he could go to Elder Chiu tomorrow. It would not make any difference. The second battle began. As expected, the disciple with the sword was sent flying by Yi Xian with one punch. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. 2 victories with only 2 punches. Yi Xian's strength had shocked everyone present. He was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to challenge these people. This kid is tough. But senior brother Yang already has 9 immortal stones. If he has one more, he might be able to condense immortal force. Then he will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3 inner disciples. One of the people below the arena thought for a moment and jumped onto the arena again. He did not waste time. After taking out his weapon, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. That's enough. Yi Xian nodded. The third battle began. There was no suspense in this battle. His opponent was directly knocked off the immortal battle platform by Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian only had 100 years left to go through his tribulation. If he could get some good stuff, he would be able to go through his tribulation immediately. As long as he passed the 6th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and became a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, he could directly refine the immortal stone. By then, he could quickly break through again. However, after winning 3 matches in a row, not many people dared to go on stage anymore. Although it wasn't fatal, Yi Xian wouldn't agree to the bet if he didn't offer something. In the end, 2 more people went up to the stage to try, but they also failed. As a result, Yi Xian had gathered enough natural treasures for his tribulation. After the 5 people left, no one dared to go up because Yi Xian had just sent the number 1 expert of the outer sect flying. He was the true number 1 in the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect. Yi Xian, you can only make a name for yourself in the outer sect. Don't you want to rise to the inner sect in the future? At this time, the burly man suddenly shouted again. I don't want to worry about the future now. Yi Xian sneered, then left. On the immortal battle platform, he had already intimidated everyone. No one would come to find trouble with him. Inner sect? When he retrieved the immortal stone tomorrow, he would directly begin his tribulation. However, Old Tree was now a peak 6th tribulation itinerant immortal, so Yi Xian secretly gave him an immortal destiny stone, then let him join the immortal destiny sect. In one day, 2 people actually used an immortal destiny stone to enter the immortal destiny sect. This was very rare. After that, those people went to find trouble with Old Tree, but they were beaten up again by Old Tree and gained many benefits. After that, they found out that Yi Xian was in cahoots with Old Tree. When they found out, they were so angry that they couldn't speak. The next day, Yi Xian brought Old Tree to find Elder Chiu. The seal on the 2 immortal destiny stones had been undone. Thank you, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him. You're not weak, but when you rise to the inner sect in the future, you'll be in trouble. The number 1 in the inner sect is already a 9th tribulation itinerant immortal and has condensed immortal power. You'd better watch out, Elder Chiu kindly reminded them. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Chiu's foxtail was revealed. Of course, if you give these 2 immortal stones to me, I guarantee that they won't dare to find trouble with you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. We want to refine these 2 immortal stones ourselves. Yi Xian directly refused. Do as you wish then. I don't lack these 2 immortal stones anyway. Elder Chiu snorted coldly and prepared to enter the door. However, at that moment Yi Xian suddenly called out, Elder Chiu, please wait for a moment. What's the matter? Elder Chiu turned around. May I know the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone? Where can I get it? Yi Xian asked directly. When he heard that, Elder Chiu instinctively reacted and exclaimed, You have another one? No. I'm just thinking about what to do if I get another one in the future. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. He did indeed have an immortal destiny stone and an immortal stone in his devouring space, but it was better to keep those things to himself. Elder Chiu looked at Yi Xian skeptically. He did not quite believe Yi Xian's words, but he did not ask further. He said directly, The method to unseal the immortal destiny stone can be exchanged in the inner sect. The inner sect? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thank you, Elder Chiu. Then he left with the Old Tree. Next, he opened up a secret room and began to undergo the tribulation. Young Master, in the immortal destiny sect, all 7 tribulation bodiless immortals will be forcibly promoted to the inner sect. There will be a lot of pressure when the time comes, the Old Tree reminded him. At most I'll be a peak 7 tribulation bodiless immortal when the time comes. unless I can get some rare treasures and undergo tribulation again. Yi Xian nodded. Thinking of this, he hesitated. However, he was not to be trifled with. At most, he would use his trump cards. After all, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had not shown themselves yet. No one else would enter the room used for tribulation, so Yi Xian and the others began their tribulation. Boom! 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 18 bolts of tribulation lightning struck one after another. Yi Xian passed the 6th tribulation bodiless immortal and became a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. At the same time, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian also broke through to the early stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Due to the immortal stones, the gap between Luo's cultivation level was widened again. 7 tribulation bodiless immortal, I'll devour. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian directly devoured another immortal stone. However, this time, the immortal stone only helped him break through to the middle stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. He almost reached the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Therefore, he devoured another immortal stone. This was the 3rd immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Chapter 1677. 2 immortal stones allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm from the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. It was not a loss. Yi Xian's advancement was simple, but the amount of heaven and earth treasures he needed was many times more than others. If it were others, they would have broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm or even the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. Of course, the efficiency of refining immortal stones was too low for ordinary people. It was not easy to condense immortal power. "Young master, what should we do now?" asked the old tree. "Let's go to the inner sect and get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone first." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and left. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm with the help of his bloodline. Then he went to the inner sect to register. Soon, he became an inner sect disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he went to get the method to unseal the Immortal Opportunity Stone. Ding! The Immortal Opportunity Stone has been successfully unsealed. The host has received 1 immortal stone. The system notified. Lu Ming Immortal gave him a total of 3 immortal opportunity stones and 2 immortal stones. He refined 1 on the spot in the immortal graveyard. Then, he refined another 2 immortal stones. Therefore, Yi Xian still had 2 immortal stones. Yi Xian was deciding how to distribute the remaining 2 immortal stones. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. "I'll use these 2 immortal stones to strengthen the flaming flying ship." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had obtained a lot of ores and some low-grade flying ships, so he used them to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Now, the flaming flying ship was already a 7th-level flying ship. The immortal stones were stones condensed from immortal qi. If they were used to strengthen the flying ship, he did not know how much it would improve. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly threw an immortal stone into the flying boat system. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack level increased. Ding! The flaming flying ship's defense level increased. Flaming flying ship's speed level. After refining 1 immortal stone, the flying ship became a level flying ship became a 8th-level flying ship. However, it was not over. There's still 1 more immortal stone. Go! Yi Xian steeled his heart and used the last immortal stone to strengthen the flying ship system. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's attack level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Currently, the flaming explosion flying ship's attack power was at the 9th grade, its defense power was at the 9th grade, and its speed at the 8th grade. This was practically a top-notch flying boat. It had taken Grandmaster Tian Bao 1,000 years to refine a level 9 all-purpose flying boat. The amount of resources he had spent was more than 100 celestial stones. As for Yi Xian, he had only spent 2 immortal stones. This was the power of the system. This flaming flying ship was strong enough to fight against a peak 9th tribulation loose immortal. With it, would Yi Xian have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? However, this flaming flying ship was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. He could not reveal it easily, at least not in the Immortal Destiny sect. With this flaming flying ship, it will be much easier for me to complete the sect's missions. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly went to the inner sect's training hall to accept some more difficult missions. Hunt down a 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon in the Black Dragon Abyss. Kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal devil. Annihilate the startling bandit group. These sect missions were at least of the 7-star level. In other words, only 7th tribulation loose immortals could accept them. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that many of these missions were of the 9-star level. Even the first senior brother of the inner sect might not be able to complete them. After accepting the missions, Yi Xian quickly left because he felt that someone had recognized him. An immortal stone was not precious, but it was rare. The elders of the Immortal Destiny sect could only receive 1 immortal stone every 100 years. That was 10 immortal stones every 1,000 years. However, the number of elders in the Immortal Destiny sect could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 9 till now. The 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect are all 9th tribulation loose immortals. In addition to the immortal stones, they have probably condensed immortal power and are very strong in battle. Moreover, there are 2 true immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect. If I want to take the immortal badge of ascension from the sect leader, I have to at least break through to the 9th tribulation loose immortal realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he had already left the Immortal Destiny sect. He found a hidden place and directly tore open the void. Then he boarded the flaming flying ship and began his mission. He knew that if he did not leave, those senior brothers of the inner sect would come to find trouble with him. Although there would be more restrictions in the inner sect, under these circumstances, he probably would not be able to defeat that first senior brother of the inner sect who was already a 9th tribulation loose immortal and had condensed immortal power. After all, he could not use his trump card. The reason why the old tree could appear was because Yi Xian had also exchanged something to help him change his appearance. Although that 7th tribulation loose immortal was a member of the Immortal Destiny sect's enforcement team and was often on the move, he still had to be careful. Wait for me to return, then I'll make my move. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When he had entered the Immortal Destiny sect, he had only been a 6th tribulation loose immortal. It was reasonable for him to undergo the tribulation to become a 7th tribulation loose immortal. However, if he underwent the tribulation twice in such a short period of time, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, when the time came, he would have to make his move directly and obtain the immortal badge of ascension at lightning speed. Next, he would go and complete those missions. With the flaming flying ship, it would not take long. The early 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon, the 9th tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty devil, and the shocking bandit group would all die. However, just as Yi Xian was leaving, in a hidden place in the Immortal Destiny sect, 2 old men were sitting opposite each other and talking. "Junior brother, how many immortal stones do we have left in our storage?" asked a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. "Senior brother, we don't have much left. The 9 elders use up 9 immortal stones every 100 years. In addition to the others, we'll need about 100 immortal stones every 1,000 years. I estimate that we can only hold on for another 3,000 years," said the other middle-aged man with a yellow face, shaking his head. "That damned Lu Ming. Not only did he destroy the Immortal Ascension platform, he even took away so many immortal stones," cursed the middle-aged man with a scar. The middle-aged man with a scar was called the Demon Spirit Immortal, and the middle-aged man with a yellow face was called the Yellow Dragon Immortal. They were both Lu Ming Immortal's junior brothers. Their immortal stones had all been brought down from the immortal realm. In the lower realm, it was impossible to produce immortal stones, so the more they used them, the fewer they had. "Senior brother, why don't we organize a group and charge into the immortal tomb?" asked the Yellow Dragon Immortal. Chapter 1678. Immortal Huang Long's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard the words exhausted. He said, "The heaven and earth origin energy in the lower realms is too thin. Our immortal veins are gradually shrinking here. I estimate that we will die here in less than 10,000 years. Let's think of something else." The demon spirit immortal's expression also darkened. However, as two immortals, there was nothing they could do about this. They could only wait for death. Although they could use immortal stones to slow down the shrinking of their immortal veins, it was only a delaying tactic. Once they ran out of immortal stones, they would die. When they fled the immortal realm and came to the mortal realm, they had expected this day to come. However, because they established the Immortal Destiny sect, they sped up. Immortal Huang Long said, "Tian Bao is already able to forge a 9th grade flying boat. If he works harder, he might be able to forge an immortal artifact grade flying boat." At that time, how can an immortal artifact be so easy to forge? Tian Bao is indeed very talented in forging artifacts, but he's only a 9 tribulation loose immortal. Although he won't face the 9 tribulation loose immortal in the lower realm, he can only live like this. Even a true immortal might not be able to forge an immortal artifact. The demon spirit immortal sighed. "Unfortunately, we don't have a source of immortal stones. Otherwise, we could create an immortal stone mine. That way, we won't end up with exhausted immortal chi and can live for a long time." Immortal Huang Long also sighed. "We can only send people to gather immortal stones scattered all over the small immortal realm. That way, we can survive for a few more years." Yi Xian spent some time on this mission. It took him a total of 5 days. In these 5 days, he used the 9th grade flying boat to explore many places. He even used the 9th grade flying boat to kill a 9 tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon and a 9 tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty demon. In other words, he had completed the mission and collected many natural treasures. He had successfully passed the 7 tribulation loose immortal tribulation and broken through to the 8 tribulation loose immortal realm. However, this was still not enough. Killing the double-headed black dragon will give me an immortal stone. Killing the berserk bloodthirsty demon will also give me an immortal stone. These 2 missions have existed for thousands of years. To this day, no disciple has been able to complete them. If I go back and complete them, it will definitely cause a commotion in the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian thought as he hurried back to the Immortal Destiny sect. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless celestial realm if he devoured all of them. At that time, if he used all his trump cards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with other loose immortal experts. Of course, if those 2 real immortals made a move, then it wouldn't be good. Thus, he had to seize the opportunity with lightning speed. I've just broken through to the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial stage, and I've completed all kinds of X, and star level missions, so it's not suitable for me to do it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to hide for a while before finding someone to help him complete the task. Soon, he drove the flying ship back to the vicinity of the Immortal Destiny sect. He then broke through the void and returned to his residence. The inner sect disciples were at least 7 tribulation disbanded celestials, and the stronger ones were 9 tribulation disbanded celestials, such as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Revelation to control an early stage 8 tribulation disbanded celestial disciple. Kacha. The door of Yi Xian's residence opened, and a young man walked in. "Greetings, master," the young man said respectfully as he knelt down on one knee. "You bring some people over. It's best if they're at the same level as you, but not higher," Yi Xian said. There were many rewards, but it would be best if he could increase his strength in the next mission. Moreover, he could control many people, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Soon, the inner sect disciples with strong strength entered Yi Xian's residence. Ding! Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang one after another as Yi Xian filled up the quota. At this time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. If he added the rewards, it would be enough for him to break through to the peak of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. All right, go and bring me the reward, Yi Xian said to his followers. More than 58 tribulation disbanded celestials completed the mission together. After a short while, they returned in a threatening manner. At the same time, they brought back 2 celestial stones and a large amount of natural treasures. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding. The speed of the explosive flame flying ship has increased. Several system notifications rang in succession, making Yi Xian's eyes widen. The explosive flame flying ship was now a real level 9 flying ship. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that it could continue to increase in level. Could it be that there was a level 10 flying ship above the level 9 flying ship? However, a level 9 flying ship corresponded to a 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. If it were to increase in level, wouldn't it be? Let's talk about this later. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you find out what I asked you to find out?" The sect leader is in seclusion in his residence. The sect leader's token is hanging on his waist, one of the disciples replied. Very good. All of you can come in now. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he threw all of them into the plant dimension and released the control of his Eye of Soul. Even a real celestial being would not be able to come out after being thrown into the plant dimension, let alone these people. Then Yi Xian used his Eye of Soul to control dozens of intermediate 8 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, he could not break through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, this was not the end of it. The combination of the Eye of Soul and the plant dimension is flawless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He kept the disciples in the plant dimension and continued to control them. After a few rounds, the number of inner disciples decreased significantly. However, Yi Xian also broke through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, a powerful aura suddenly landed in his courtyard. A 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Who is it? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 9 grand elders in the immortal fate sect. All of them were peak 9 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, the intruder was only an early 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Therefore, it should be one of the revered elders of the immortal fate sect. A disbanded celestial would undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years. However, after reaching the 9 tribulation disbanded celestial, the 9th tribulation would no longer occur. Chapter 1679. However, the person who had come to Yi Xian's residence was not a revered elder of the Immortal Destiny sect, but the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian opened the door. Outside the door stood a handsome long-haired youth. The first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao? Yi Xian recognized him. After all, someone had shown him a portrait. Just now, I saw many people enter your house. Why did their auras disappear? Yu Hao asked in surprise. Senior brother, you must have sensed wrongly. There's no one in my house. Yi Xian grinned and shook his head. That's impossible. I clearly sensed them enter your house. One of them was even my younger brother. Yu Hao narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, if you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Xian made way for Yu Hao. Yu Hao paused for a moment, then walked past Yi Xian and entered the house. Indeed, there was no one inside. However, he firmly believed that someone had entered Yi Xian's house. Why was there no one now? Junior brother, why do I find you unfamiliar? At this moment, Yu Hao suddenly changed the topic and asked. Oh, senior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Yi Xian quickly said. If it were anyone else, I might not recognize them. However, in the inner sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, I'm the only one who has passed the 8th tribulation and reached the 9th tribulation. I recognize all the other peak 8th tribulation loose immortals, but I don't seem to recognize someone like you. Yu Hao said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Yu Hao was indeed extraordinary. He had actually sensed his true realm. Peak 8th tribulation loose immortal. To tell you the truth, I only recently joined the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining 3 immortal opportunity stones. Today is the first time we've met. Yi Xian hurriedly said. In fact, he had entered the outer sect using an immortal opportunity stone, then ascended to the inner sect after passing the tribulation. At this time, besides Yu Hao, no one else knew his realm. If Yu Hao knew that it only took him a few days to break through from the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal to the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal, he would definitely be suspicious. After all, Yu Hao was the disciple of the sect leader. 3 immortal opportunity stones. Junior brother is really lucky. Yu Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. 3 immortal opportunity stones. As long as the seal was removed, it would be 3 immortal stones. This was not a small sum. Right now, although Yu Hao had already condensed immortal power and his battle prowess far exceeded that of a loose immortal of the same level, he still needed immortal stones. This way, he could condense immortal power again and have more immortal power, and also make the immortal power pure. The reason Yi Xian told such a lie was because he wanted to fight to the death. He was already planning to take action, but he didn't expect to bump into Yu Hao. Then let's do it. Junior brother, my luck is indeed not bad. However, this is my first time here, so please take care of me, senior brother. Once the seal on the immortal opportunity stone is removed, I am willing to take out 2 immortal stones to show my respect to senior brother. Yi Xian said respectfully. Yu Hao couldn't help but tremble when he heard that. 2 immortal stones? This kid sure knows how to be a good person. Yu Hao thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to forcefully buy 3 immortal stones, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to directly give him 2 immortal stones. This was truly out of his expectations. However, just as his heart was about to waver, a strange energy suddenly attacked his soul. Soul attack? Yu Hao immediately reacted. Right now, there was only him and Yi Xian. If this soul attack was not launched by Yi Xian, who else could it be? Even Yi Xian did not expect his Eye of Soul to fail. This was not possible. Although Yu Hao had lived for a long time and was a 9 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian was also a peak 8 tribulation loose immortal. He was only 1 realm away. Yu Hao must have some kind of soul defense technique. Perhaps the 2 immortals had left it on him. If this failed, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was aroused as he directly took out his weapon. At the same time, 3 figures appeared behind Yu Hao. They were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentin. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. In an instant, Yu Hao was forcibly restrained. He could not move at all. In the next moment, Yi Xian's sword had already pierced his head. It was only a fingernail away from his brain. Submit to me or I'll destroy your soul. Yi Xian's cold voice entered Yu Hao's ears. He did not expect to fall here. He couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Yi Xian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. How dare you? Just as Yu Hao was about to open his mouth to speak, he felt the long sword piercing into his forehead. It had already made contact with his brain. You only have 1 chance. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he activated his Eye of Soul again. Yu Hao's soul was indeed protected by the 2 immortals. However, if he submitted himself, the protection would be useless. Ding! Control successful. A system notification sounded. The first disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect had become Yi Xian's puppet. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be exposed. After all, he had not even seen the face of the Immortal Destiny sect master. However, Yu Hao was the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect master. Now that he had become Yi Xian's puppet, He could recommend Yi Xian. It was a blessing in disguise. Since he had Yu Hao under control, Yi Xian quickly put the old tree and the other two into the planting space. Two auras appearing out of nowhere might be discovered. Then, Yi Xian unceremoniously took off Yu Hao's yin and yang ring and checked it. It's not enough. It can only shorten the time by 400 years. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Next, he was going to do something big. That was to assassinate the Immortal Destiny Sect Master, obtain the Immortal Ascension Badge, and then leave. If he could break through to the 9 tribulations scattered immortal realm, the success rate would be very high. However, the task of obtaining the Immortal Ascension Badge was now left to Yu Hao. Yi Xian planned in his heart. He decided to cause havoc in the Immortal Destiny Sect once, then have Yu Hao sneak attack the Immortal Destiny Sect Master and obtain the Immortal Ascension Badge. Then he would directly leave and return to the Immortal Graveyard, open the Luminous Cave Abode, and obtain the treasure. For the upcoming battle, Yi Xian had to be prepared. The formation of the slaughter mark required a large amount of killing intent. However, the killing intent of the Immortal Slayer bloodline did not only increase by killing people or monsters. As long as one continued to fight, the killing intent value would continuously increase. In the Immortal Destiny Sect Inner Sect, there were a total of 9 peak 8th tribulation scattered immortals. Thus, Yi Xian had Yu Hao bring 2 over and then use his Eye of Soul to control them. Chapter 1680. These 2 loose immortals at the peak of the 8th tribulation were the disciples of the Immortal Destiny Sect with no background. They were both disciples of the Elders. Yi Xian controlled the 2 of them and took on the appearance of one of them. Then he and the other person entered the Immortal Battle platform. Hey, isn't that Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Lin? Are they going to compete? These 2 senior brothers have a good relationship. Because they are stronger, the Elders have stipulated that if they want to compete, they must enter the Immortal Battle platform. Let's go, let's watch the 2 senior brothers fight. Immediately, Yi Xian, disguised as Senior Brother Wang, and the other Senior Brother Lin entered the Immortal Battle platform. Then Yi Xian directly used the Slaughter Seal. Fight. This battle would not end so easily because Yi Xian needed to continuously increase his killing intent to use his ultimate move. On the other side, the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao, had already gone to find his master, the sect master of the Immortal Destiny Sect. At the same time, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were already waiting outside the Immortal Destiny Sect in the Level 9 explosive flame-flying ship, waiting for Yi Xian's instructions. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. After Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin exchanged blows for a minute, the system notified. If it was to kill someone, the second slaughter seal would only take a few seconds to form. However, it took a full minute to do so in a battle. Below the Immortal Battle platform, thousands of disciples had already gathered. There were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Even the disciples with lower realms could see that Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin were only sparring and were not using their full strength. The third slaughter seal took a full 10 minutes to condense. It was very rare for a battle to last for 10 minutes. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were already beginning to suspect something was going on. What are these 2 senior brothers doing? The battle was still going on. Yi Xian ignored the whispers around him and continued to fight Senior Brother Lin. Finally attracted the Elders. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on someone around him. Just now, some of the Immortal Fate Sect's worshippers had come to watch the battle, but these worshippers were only early or middle 9th tribulation loose immortals and could not see through Yi Xian's disguise. However, the 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny Sect were already peak 9th tribulation loose immortals. If they discovered any clues, Yi Xian would be exposed. However, they probably wouldn't have guessed that Senior Martial Brother Wang was someone else in disguise, and they definitely wouldn't know the purpose of Yi Xian and Senior Martial Brother Lin's duel. What are you 2 doing? The middle-aged elder suddenly asked. Elder Qin, Senior Brother Wang is currently sparring with me, Senior Brother Lin replied. Does the competition take that long? The middle-aged elder was in disbelief. Elder Qin, I have a bet with Senior Brother Wang. It doesn't mean that I'll win if I defeat him, senior brother Lin continued. When the middle-aged elder heard this, he only snorted lightly and said, "Then do as you wish." He was not suspicious, only feeling that these two were really bored to death. It was the first time that the surrounding people had seen such a boring competition, so many people left immediately. There were much fewer people around the immortal battle platform. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system's notification sounded, Yi Xian already had 4 slaughter seals. However, in order to condense 3 slaughter seals, Yi Xian had spent a full hour. If he relied on battle to condense the 5th slaughter seal, it would probably take at least 5 hours. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to attack. "Old Tree, come." Yi Xian finally transmitted to Old Tree. "Understood." Immediately, Old Tree steered the 9th grade explosive flame vessel towards the Immortal Destiny sect. The 9th grade explosive flame vessel's speed was also 9th grade, and it quickly reached the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate. "Who's there?" The disciples guarding the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate immediately shouted angrily. Before they could finish, Old Tree and the other 2 darted out of the explosive flame vessel and quickly crippled the disciples, taking away their yin and yang rings. The Immortal Destiny sect was the top faction in the small immortal world, with a true immortal overseeing it. No one would have thought that it would be attacked. Explosive flame attack. Yi Xian, who was in the Immortal Destiny sect, directly controlled the explosive flame vessel to launch an attack from afar. Boom! A huge fireball landed directly on the Immortal Fate sect's grand protective array, piercing through it with a single blow. "Someone is trespassing." The voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Destiny sect, and everyone who heard the voice jumped out. With the 9th grade explosive flame vessel, Old Tree and the others directly charged in. Although they did not start a massacre, they did not recommend sending anyone to their deaths. At this time, the explosive flame vessel had already reached the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect, and a few reverends of the Immortal Destiny sect had already made their move. However, the explosive flame vessel's attack was comparable to a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal, and these reverends could not block it at all. Moreover, the explosive flame vessel's defensive power was shocking, and the reverends could not even break through its defenses. These people could not block the explosive flame vessel at all. In the blink of an eye, the explosive flame vessel swept into the Immortal Destiny sect's inner sect, and behind it, there were many other vessels that had entered. If Yi Xian wanted to, the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be flooded with blood, but in order to open the passageway to the immortal world, this had to be done. When Old Tree drove the explosive flame vessel in, Yi Xian had already sent a voice transmission to Yu Hao. It was unknown who had shouted just now, but it had already alarmed the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master. At this time, Yu Hao was right behind him. Soon, Yi Xian saw the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master, a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal. At the same time, there were other elders in the Immortal Destiny sect, a total of 6. In total, there were 7 peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortals, as well as more than 10 reverends of 9th tribulation itinerant immortals. Who dares be so presumptuous? The Immortal Destiny sect's sect master roared angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly controlled the explosive flame vessel and fired a cannon at him. Boom! A huge fireball blasted towards the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength naturally did not need to be excessive, and he could receive 3 immortal stones every 100 years. He had long since condensed immortal power, and if he fought apart from those 2 immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength was the strongest. Scatter! The Immortal Destiny sect's sect master roared angrily and punched out, scattering the explosive flame vessel's attack. However, just as he made his move, Yu Hao, who was behind him, also made his move. A long sword directly pierced the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master's throat, and with a jolt of immortal power, the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master's neck was severed in an instant. Even those elders had not expected that a dignified sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect would be beheaded by his own disciple.